Could Scott McLean come to the broadcast desk, please? Scott McLean to the broadcast desk.
We have two qualifier non-wagering events set to go this evening here at Summerside. The first one is lined up. Miss Wicket, Corey McPherson, Can't Be Touched with Greg Bailey. Salisbrook, Evie, Kenny Murphy, Incredible Willie, and Miles Heffernan. There they go, off and pacing, and the 3-year-old had his nose on the gate getting out. Can't Be Touched will go to the lead. Second is Miss Wicked into the turn. Around the turn in third, that is Salisbrook Evie, and then the trailer fourth is the 2-year-old trotter, Incredible Willie. So they're on the backstretch, and the race of the opening quarter. Can't Be Touched is the fraction center. Miss Wicked is in the 2-hole. Right up with the leaders. Third is Salisbrook Evie, and then the trailer is Incredible Willie. So they arrived at the opening quarter, and the 3-year-old Can't Be Touched was the quarter pole leader in 31-3. Miss Wicket tracking along in the 2-hole. Racing from third is Salisbrook Evie, and then the trailer is Incredible Willie. Off the turn they come, and they straighten through the stretch. Here comes the opening half mile. That's the next station, and Can't Be Touched will be the midway point leader. Miss Wicked continues second. Then in third is Salisbrook Evie, and at the back, that's the 2-year-old trotter, Incredible Willie. They were over to the opening half mile in 102-4. Round the turn, approaching the 5-8, Can't Be Touched is the leader at that station, and right there second is the 2-year-old Miss Wicked. There's another 2-year-old racing from third, Salisbrook Evie, and in the back, that's a 2-year-old trotter, Incredible Willie. 3/4 up and coming, and Can't Be Touched continues to lead. Miss Wicked races second. Third out the rail is Salisbrook Evie and Incredible Willie the trailer. 3/4 of a mile. They went in 1:32-4, so that was 30 seconds flat. Now they're turning for home. Can't Be Touched the leader. Here's Miss Wicked now right alongside. Then in third it's Salisbrook Evie. To the wire they come. And Miss Wicked gets up for Corey McPherson. Can't Be Touched was second. Third will go to Salisbrook Evie. And off stride to finish fourth, Incredible Willie. 2:01.4. Results of that first qualifier: Miss Wicked was the winner, Can't Be Touched second, Salzbrook Evie third, Incredible Willie fourth. They went 31 and 3, 102 and 4, 132 and 4, and the mile 201 and 4. In the second qualifier, we have Pick a Genre with Mitch Downey and Oh No with Kenny Murphy. Top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go. Off and pacing, Pick a Genre towards the rail. Will lead them into the turn, and Oh No will settle up to follow him around the turn second. So a pair of them looking in this qualifying non-wagering race. They go by the opening eighth. Pick a Genre will be the leader. And Oh No will follow along to race out of second on the backstretch. Going to the first quarter mile, Pick a Genre and Dr. Mitch Downey, quarter pole leading. Oh No, content to follow along in second. So they're passed by the opening quarter and they arrived at the first quarter in 30 and 1. On the paddock turn they go, approaching the 3-8. Pickett Genra, the leader on Oh No, who watches in the 2-hole through the stretch. The opening half mile is the next station, and Pickett Genra will be halfway home. The lead has opened up now by 2.5 on Oh No, racing from second. So the midway point leader, Pickett Genra, with Oh No tracking along second. They arrived at that opening half mile in 59 and 4. So they're down to 3/8 of a mile to go. They continue to slide along. The 3/4 up and coming. On the lead, Pickett Genra, the leader. Oh No continues second as they arrive at the third station. Pickett Genra by almost 2 lengths on Oh No, who races second. The 3/4 of a mile. And they're rolling here. 1:28 and 4. With an eighth left to go in this qualifying non-wagering event, Pickett Genra looking to go all the way with Downey. Oh No continues to track along as they arrive at the finish line, and Pickett Genra goes all the way. Oh No tracked along second. And the time for the mile was 1:56.4. Result of that second qualifier, Pickett Genra the winner. Oh No was second. They went 30-1, 59-4, 128-4, and they had a 28-second closing quarter to stop the clock in 1:56.4. come. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway. I'm your co-host, Rocky Skierman, and along with Kurt Hughes and Vance Cameron, we will bring you all the action tonight. It's Atlantic Sire Stakes stake night here, 2-year-old colts in the A and B divisions. 12 races on tap for you here tonight. Kurt, we're going to look at race number 8, the first A division, one of the A divisions.
Yeah, it's a really good field. I'm really excited to watch this race tonight. Marigo Magic, I'm really excited to see him go. We all know the dam of this one, Meridian Magic. She was such a champion when she raced and a champion in the breeding shed as well, as she threw a really talented filly and Magical Mistress. So this is a half brother to that great filly. So he leaves from post 4. Be there in a bit. For my brother on the rail, Halmac General and Patrick Shepard leaving 2. Little Leroy from post 3, Marigo Magic post 4, Freeman's Legacy from post 5, and Jackie's Boy rounds out this talented field of 6. I went 4-2-3 in here, Rocky. I like Marigo Magic to win it, and I got maybe a hot tip this afternoon. I was talking to driver Patrick Shepard, and he is quite high on the 2 Halmac General, so I had to put him in the triactor there in race 8. Who do you like?
I like 3, 4, 6 in there, but, what do I know? I can't get the pick 5, so we're going to go upstairs now to the man who's going to call all the action with tonight's program and equipment changes. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Oh, Rocky, it's going to come here sometime soon. We've got a lot of Governor's Plate Week racing to go yet. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for tonight's racing program, event number 11 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, or should I say lightning fast track conditions, 27 degrees Celsius the temperature at this time in Summerside. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Follen. The associate judges are Mr. Robbie Shaw and Mr. Dylan Allain. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. First change, you'll go to race number 7. In the 7th race tonight, scratch number 7, Starship Zodiac. He will not go. Race 7, scratch the 7, Starship Zodiac. Next change, you'll go to race number 11. In the 11th race tonight, scratch number 3, Rusty Riley. Race 11, scratch the 3 entry, Rusty Riley. Number 4, Sobble Attack, going from blinkers to blind bridle. The final changes in the 12th race. That's tonight's finale, and we have a chart line on the 7, Jay's Little Spark. 11th of July here, Summerside. Track condition good with a 2-second variance going from post 7 and finish 7th. Was race time 2, 3, and 2, driven by Dale Spence. That's going to wrap up the changes at this time on tonight's racing program. The first race post time goes to the gate at 6 o'clock. 25 minutes for the first race post time.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abeguid Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, this evening the Prince County Horsemen's Club is recognizing individuals for their significant contribution to our track by having them serve as honorary parade marshals for this evening's program. Our honoree is on the double-seater jog cart with Reese Williams and her horse Adventure Luck. They will be officially introduced by Vance Cameron when they approach the grandstand.
Ladies and gentlemen, this evening the Prince County Horsemen's Club are proud to be recognizing individuals for their significant contribution to our track by having them serve as honorary parade marshals for this evening's program. Tonight, honoree is on the double-seater jog cart with Reese Williams and her horse Adventure Luck. We all recall Adventure Luck as a popular racehorse at both Summerside and Charlottetown until his retirement age of 14. Reese and Adventure Luck have kept active in the matinee circuit, which shows the commitment of our owners and the versatility of our horses in the retirement years. Tonight, the Prince County Horsemen's Club recognizes the contribution of Mr. Gordy Grady. Gordy was a longtime member, director, and former president of the Prince County Horsemen's Club and was an owner, trainer, and driver. Gordy also operated a tack shop here at the Summerside Raceway and still a familiar and welcoming face here at the track. Let's welcome Gordy, Reese, and Adventure Luck into the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle. It's Governor's Plate Week of Racing, and the Prince County Horsemen's Club honorary parade marshal tonight, Mr. Gordy Grady.
The Prince County Horsemen's Club is proud to honor Gordy Grady tonight in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner Circle. Thanks to Reese Williams and Adventure Luck. Race Day Live continues from Red Shores.
Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway. I'm your co-host, Rocky Skierman, along with Kurt Hughes. And Kurt, we're going to talk about the Isle Pick 5 tonight.
Yeah, we got our Isle Pick 5 kicking off in race number 1. Guaranteed pool $1,500 with a low 15% takeout. And there is a look at our Isle Pick 5 tickets. In leg number 1, I'm going to go with the drop and pop with the 3 Dividend Day and Brad Smith. They're dropping in class. And this guy can get off the gate really well, so I'm looking for him to go right down the road in the opener. In race 2, I like the 1 Howmack Exclusive, 2-year-old colt by Source of Pride, Corey McPherson. He is the driver and trainer, and a good second there in the qualifier in 2:05.29 and 1, and has the pole position. So I like Howmack Exclusive in leg 2. In race number 3, we're both in agreement. We both like the 5 in here. If You Could Read My Mind, and Dale Spence last time out on the front end. Just got collared late in the mile, 58 and 3. So I like If You Could Read My Mind and Spence in race 3. Race 4, I'm going to go with the 3 in there, Woodmere Armor and Gilles Barrio. So I like the 3 in leg 4, and then I'm going to close it out with the 4 Showdown and Patrick Shepard, the 2-year-old filly by Betting Line. You might know the dam Silky, who is also the dam of Malicious. So this is a really well-bred filly. So I'm looking for Showdown and Shepard to go right down the road in the 5th race. Who do you like?
Well, as we discussed off camera earlier, we're in agreement in the first, we're in agreement in the middle, and we're in agreement in the end. So in the first, the 3, Dividend Day, as you said, drops and pops in here. In the second heat, I'm going with the 5, Majestic Mason, and that would be named after Steve Mason, I would assume, coming out of the Downey stable. Race 3, I'm going with the 5, as are you, If You Could Read My Mind. In the 4th race, I like the 2, Rockin' Your Boots, Jason Hughes, your brother. I told you before what happens when you go against your brother, pick against your brother. And in the 5th leg of this I'll Pick 5, we are in agreement, the 4, Showdown, Patrick Shepard out of the Earl Watts stable. So I like 3-5-5-2-4. Kurt likes 3-1-5-3-4. Get in and the I'll Pick 5.
Leslie Waite, contact the Standardbred Canada rep, please. Leslie Waite, contact the Standardbred Canada rep.
Check 1 2 3 1 2 3.
And if you have a look at your in-house monitors for the upcoming first race tonight, you'll see that I'm going with a 376 in here. Kurt Hughes was also with 376. Classifier's Choice 375 and the backstretch beat liking 361 in tonight's opener in 8 minutes.
Evening's first race on the track set for the post parade. Number 1 is Back Road Boogie, owned by Julie Pearson of Oil Springs, Ontario, trained by Charles Miles, Stephen Trice driving. I Hear Thunder wears number 2. Robbie Chappell of Summerside is the owner, trainer, and driver. Owned by Alan and Brad Smith and Madeline Perry, Brad Smith trains and drives number 3, Dividend Day. Buddies and Virgins 4, owned by Ryan and Daryl Neal of Winslow. Daryl trains and drives. Number 5 is Think Again. Patrick Shepard drives tonight for owner-trainer Donald Sweet O'Leary. Who's Your Father? Number 6, owned by Deborah Rankin of Sydney, Nova Scotia, trained by Heather Hawkins, Mark Campbell. Number 7 is Power of 4, owned and trained by Erwin Neal of Charlottetown. That's Kenny Murphy above the wheels. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 1. This is Race Day live from historic Summerside, featuring the 2-year-old facing colts in the Atlantic Sire Stakes. Rocky Skierman and Kurt Hughes pick up the top contenders next.
So we talked about the aisle pick 5. Comes up, starts in race 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 with a low 15% takeout. $1,500 guaranteed pool is presented by the Prince Edward Island Harness Racing Industry Association. Let's head out to the track for tonight's opener. First half of the daily double, Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, and it's the aisle 5, the beginning of the aisle pick 5. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at that Wild Horses jackpot, $55 this week, in honor of the 55th running of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. There is a look at the 3 Dividend Day 9-year-old by Ameripan Gigolo for Alan Smith and Brad Smith and Madeline Perry. Brad Smith is the trainer and the driver coming into this one off a nice mile, Kurt.
Yeah, putting together pretty nice miles. 57 last time out, 58 prior to that, but up at the 1,051 class 2 weeks ago, 851s last week. Last time this guy was at this level was his first start back, and where did he go? Right down the road. 58-4, closing quarter, 29-2. I think they're going to drop and pop again this week, and I'm putting them on top of my tractor. I say they go right down the road at 4-5.
And there's free complimentary mussels and oysters on the south end of the grandstand set up downstairs. Anybody wants to get in on some of that action down there tonight, just go down to the south end of the grandstand. They're set up outside. As I said, mussels and oysters out there tonight with Chef Jesse McDonald. And there is a look at the 7, Power of 4, 5-year-old by Sunshine Beach for Erwin Neal of Charlottetown. Kenny Murphy is in the driver's seat tonight, comes into this one off a good mile too, Kurt.
Yeah, and 1 for 32 over the last 2 years, 0 for 10 this year. I like the driver change angle. That's what I'm playing here. Kenny Murphy, I mentioned there last night how great he is at this track, and he gets the call here. They do have the outside post 7, but down here at this level, I think they could give this bunch a really big scare. 57-2, finished third last time out. Nice mile, 29-4. So Kenny Murphy, Power of 4, a good option if you don't want to play that chalk favorite there at 7-2.
And there we get a look at the 6, Who's Your Father? 4-year-old mare by Cougar Hall for Deborah Rankin of Sydney, Nova Scotia. Heather Hawkins is the trainer. Mark Campbell in the driver's seat. Looks for her second win of the season, Kurt.
Yeah, 1 for 9, but 4 thirds, so 5 for 9 in the top 3. And like you say, racing pretty well. Third, 3 back there in 58 over Northside Downs from post 7. And then last week, 5th by 2 1/4 in 2:02. And 2 up at the 6. No winners of 685 last 5 starts. So Mark Campbell gets the call here tonight. I like the driver change angle there as well with Who's Your Father. Post 6 down here at the bottom level could be a contender at 8-5. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion here for race number 1 on a beautiful Thursday evening. Let's send it upstairs for the call to track announcer, Vance Cameron.
Back Road Boogie, I Hear Thunder, Dividend Day, Buddies and Virgins, Think Again. Who's Your Father? Power of 4 is outside. It's race number 1 on a Thursday night of Governor's Plate Week. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Buddies and Virgins, Back Road Boogie towards the rail, leaving out Dividend Day is in between horses. Then fourth up the rail, I Hear Thunder, way wide in fifth, Power of 4. Racing towards the rail, Think Again, then Who's Your Father? Is the trailer. Up the backstretch they go. Here's Dividend Day on to take over the lead for Brad Smith. Second at the rail is Back Road Boogie. Buddies and Virgins parked out in third. I Hear Thunder are racing fourth. Then in fifth, that's Think Again. In at the rail, 6 is Power of 4, trailing the field. Who's Your Father? 29 and 1/5 was the quarter. Dividend Day leads it. Buddies and Virgins in a whole heap of trouble. He's parked out second. Third up the rail is Back Road Boogie. I Hear Thunder fourth. Moving to the outside, fifth is Think Again. From the outside, 6 is Power of 4. Trailing the field, 7th. That's Who's Your Father. Halfway home in tonight's opener. And it's the leader Dividend Day in 58 and 3. Back Road Boogie is second. Buddies and Virgins lays outside third. Fourth on the outside is Think Again. Power of 4 swinging out 3 wide fifth. I Hear Thunder 6 and away wide 7th. Who's Your Father? 3/4 up next, and it's Dividend Day the leader. Back Road Boogie is second. Power of 4 drives up on the outside third. Away out there. Here comes Who's Your Father? 3/4 up in 1. 28 and 3, and they get set to turn home. Dividend Day the leader. Back Road Boogie towards the rail, Power of 4. Who's Your Father? On the far outside, they're in deep stretch now. Here's Back Road Boogie up the inside to win it. We're going to need a place picture, but it's Back Road Boogie to open it up. Time for the mile in 1:59 flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media, Kurt, and Dividend Day tried to go right down the road tonight, some pretty big fractions.
Yeah, and Stephen Trites had a front row seat to a little brouhaha here to open things up on a Thursday night. Brad Smith on the rail there, leading it with Dividend Day on the outside. Buddies and Virgins and Daryl Neal, they were left out to dry here tonight. And a great trip from Back Road Bogey, a 3-year-old colt by State Treasure, now makes it 3 in a row with a perfect ground-saving trip. A nice trip in the 2-hole. Going to slip up the pass lane and get it all here for Steve Trites. Back Road Boogie wins the opener here on a beautiful Thursday evening in Summerside, and we'll see Back Road Boogie back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
Back Road Boogie Opens up a Thursday night here in Plate Week. Cole gets his third in a row. He's going to the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle. Back Road Boogie pacing Brown Colt 3 by State Treasurer. Off the Shadow Play Dam, Shadow Way. Owned by Julie Pearson of Oil Springs, Ontario. Bred by Brandy Poland of Petrolia, Ontario. Trained by Charles Miles and driven to victory by Stephen Trite. And the colt paces to a new race win record of 159. Back Road Boogie in the first. Here's the official results now from the first race. Back Road Boogie, the winner. I Hear Thunder was 7th. Dividend Day, 2nd. Buddies and Virgins was 6th. Think Again finished 5th. Who's Your Father was 3rd. Power of 4 finished 4th. Then went 29 and 1. 58 and 3. 128 and 3. And the mile 159. In review 172. 6-5. 3-4. Back Road Boogie paid $22.40 on the nose. The exactor $44.60. Triactor was $98.90. And the superfecta $42.29.
The Atlantic Standardbred Breeders Association is pleased to announce McRae's Backhoe and Trucking as the 2023 title sponsor for the Atlantic Sire Stakes. The Atlantic Sire Stakes features 6 regional divisions at 5 tracks on Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia. These are the best 2- and 3-year-old pacing and trotting colts and fillies in the Maritimes. The Atlantic Sire Stakes season concludes with the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend, which will take place on October 7th and 8th at Redshores, Charlottetown Driving Park. McRae's Backhoe and Trucking, the 2023 title sponsor of the Atlantic Sire Stakes. And we'll slide the picks into the screen for the upcoming second race. So I'm going with a 5-4-1 in here. Kurt's going with 1-5-2. Backstretch Beat likes 2-1-5. And the classifier's choice is 2-5-1 in race 2 in 6 minutes.
First division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes for the 2-year-old Colt Pacers on the second race parade. Halmack exclusive number 1 over Jimmy Gorman, Leith Wade, and Leslie Wade. Corey McPherson training and driving. Woodmere Skyler number 2 is owned by 2022 Stable of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Trained and driven by Darren Crow. 3 is Harry Holmes, owned by Henry Ponzriata of Sydney and Larry Snow of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. Larry does the training. Adam Murner drives. Number 4, Duke of the West, is owned by Lee Gavin of Tignish. Mark Campbell trains and drives. Number 5 is Majestic Mason, owned by Stephen Downey of Quispamsis, New Brunswick. Jills Barrio trains and drives. Down to 5 minutes wagering time in the second. For race programs, top picks, driver stats, and more, visit the new player portal at Redshores.ca.
And as I mentioned earlier, don't forget there's complimentary mussels and oysters outside in the south end of the grandstand with Chef Jesse McDonald. So get down there and get some oysters and mussels. They're complimentary with Chef Jesse McDonald on the south end of the grandstand.
Okay, 4 to go here before race 2, and we're going to get our first look at Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old Colts B division here tonight in the second race, and we're going to take a look at the 5 right now. That is Majestic Mason. Majestic Mason is a half-brother to Joe's Beauty. This gelding is by Arthur Blue Chip, trained and driven by Gilles Barrio. Nice qualifier there in Charlottetown, Rock.
Yeah, Charlottetown on June the 23rd. The baby races sat 2 throughout and finished 2. Race time 2:04.3. Closed it out 29-1. As you said, a 2-year-old colt by Arthur Blue Chip making his first lifetime start here tonight. Post 5 with Jill Barrio in the bike. Good odds, 9-1.
Okay, now just 2 to go here before race 2, and now we're going to get a look at the 4, Duke of the West, owned by Lee Gavin of Tignish. Lee also the breeder, Mark Campbell the trainer and driver. A winner in his qualifier, and this colt is by Silver Hill Shadow.
That's right, Kurt. Qualified on July the 8th at Charlottetown. Just 2 horses in the qualifier by the looks of things, and rolled throughout fractions, 33-1 and 104 and 3, 137, and a winner in 207 and 4. Closed it out in 30 and 4. His first lifetime start for this one. Silver Hill Shadow is the father. Out of a 4-star Shark mare, Duke of the West, with Mark Campbell in the bike. Post 4 at 9-2.
Okay, down to a minute to go here before race number 2, and this is my top choice in here, How Mac exclusive. This colt is a full brother to No Boats on Sunday, and a pretty nice qualifier there for trainer driver Corey McPherson. Second in 205, big back half there, 59 and change.
Yeah, Corey McPherson has this horse for Jimmy Gorman and Leith and Less Weight, and has the rail tonight. Qualified on June 23rd in the baby race at Charlottetown, post 4 and finished 2. Race timed in 2:05 flat, closed it out in 29 and 1. How Mac exclusive with Corey McPherson in the bike. Right now, pretty good odds, 3-1.
And leaving from post 2 tonight, Woodmere Schuyler. I also liked this guy here tonight, Darren Crow, the trainer and driver. And Woodmere Schuyler, a full brother to the great Woodmere Sky Roller. A nice qualifier there in Churro, 2:01 and 3:30 and 3. Darren Crow making his way over here from Nova Scotia here tonight for Atlantic Sire Stakes action. Woodmere Schuyler, a well-bred son of Roll With It Harry. You might want to put him in your tickets right now. Currently, the odds on choice to get it done at 4-5 right now on the board.
Let's have a quick look at the odds board for the upcoming second race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts in the B division for a purse of $4,000. How Mac exclusive is on the rail for Corey McPherson. That's 7-2. Woodmere Schuyler post 2 with Darren Crow now at even money. Harry Holmes is 3 for Adam Murner at 4-1. Duke of the West is 4 for Mark Campbell at 8-1. And the 5 Majestic Mason with Jill Berrio on the bike at 4-1. That's your field for the upcoming second race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts in the B division. Good luck with your selections. And we have 5 2-year-old pacing colts in the B division. Atlantic Sire Stakes action lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
How Mac exclusive. Woodmere Schuyler, Harry Holmes, Duke of the West, and Majestic Mason. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing. Harry Holmes is leaving up the rail. How Mac exclusive and Woodmere Schuyler between them as they race into the turn. Dropping in to be fourth, Majestic Mason. Then the trailer. That'll be Duke of the West. They arrive at the 8th pole. Woodmere Schuyler from the outside going on to the lead for Darren Crow. Second is How Mac exclusive in mid-pack. Third, that's Harry Holmes racing from fourth. Majestic Mason, and trailing fifth is Duke of the West. They arrive at the opening quarter, and it's Woodmere Schuyler now the fraction setter. In the 2-hole is How Mac exclusive, 30 and 1/4. Racing third is Harry Holmes. Around the turn, fourth is Majestic Mason, and trailing fifth, Duke of the West. Off the turn they come. They're straightening it out. Coming towards the half mile, led by Woodmere Schuyler, and he's going to be the midway point leader for Crow. Second is How Mac exclusive, racing from third. That's Harry Holmes, continuing fourth. Majestic Mason. Duke of the West is the trailer fifth. The midway point time in 1:01 and 3. Racing around the turn. Here comes the 5/8 next, and the leader there. That is Woodmere Schuyler. Off stride in the 2-hole. How Mac exclusive made a break. Up the inside is Harry Holmes racing fourth. That is Majestic Mason on the outside fifth. Duke of the West. We got a new leader, and he made a miscue. That's how Mac Exclusive to take over late now with McPherson. 3/4 in 1:32-3. They approach the 7-8, and the leader, how Mac Exclusive. From the outside, it's Harry Holmes. In at the rail, Woodmere Schuyler. They're homeward bound now. First division up the Shire Stakes. How Mac Exclusive. Harry Holmes on the outside. He's going to win for Murner. Harry Holmes on the line. Off stride at the finish was How Mac Exclusive with Woodmere Schuyler. And the time for the mile in 2:02-2. And there goes the inquiry sign. Retain your tickets here in the second judge's inquiry.
Okay, these are 2-year-old colts, and they're showing how green they are and immature here as we get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo as Darren Crow and Woodmere Schuyler got to the lead. Rocky and then Corey had to make his move there at 5/8. It looked like his colt maybe shied away from Darren Crow's whip there heading past 5/8, and then Corey's colt seen something again in the stretch and darted to the inside.
Yeah, like you said, Kurt, they're young and inexperienced, and he shied away from something. It was probably the best thing that happened to him up the backstretch, though, because he probably wouldn't have moved him out. And he ended up getting the deuce out of it, whether it stands or not. But anyway, Harry Holmes has a maiden record here tonight at Redshores in the Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts in the B division of 2:02-2 for Adam Murner. And don't forget, we're under an inquiry, but we will see Harry Holmes with Adam Murner back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
The judge's inquiry involves a break on the one entry How Mac Exclusive at the finish. Always makes the trip home to Cape Breton Island a little nicer ride when you capture a division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes here in Summerside. And here is the Sire Stakes winner in the second, Harry Holmes. Bay Pacing Gelding 2 by Roll With It Harry. Off the Mach 3 Dam, Miracle on the Hudson. Owned by Henry Poswiat of Sydney and Larry Snow from Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. Bred by Noonan Holdings Limited. Trained by Larry Snow and driven to victory by Adam Murner. Colt gets a maiden record tonight of 2:02-2. Harry Holmes in the Atlantic Sire Stakes. Now the results of the judge's inquiry in the second. One How Mac Exclusive made the break on his own at the finish, was lapped on by the 2-entry Woodmere Schuyler. How Mac Exclusive finished second and will be placed third. Here's the official results from the second race. Hamac Exclusive finished second, was placed third for a left-on break at the wire. Woodmere Schuyler finished third, place second. Harry Holmes, a race winner. Duke of the West was fifth. Majestic Mason finished fourth. The fractions were 30 and 1, 101 and 3, 132 and 3, and the mile in 202 and 2. In review after the placings, 321, 54. Harry Holmes at 770. The exactor 3010, the triactor 9980. Superfecta 2058, the early daily double paid 89.10.
Here's an update in the Basil Whalen Top Driver for Governor's Plate Week here at Summerside. Corey McPherson leads the way coming into tonight with 7 wins. Adam Murner in second with 5. Mark Campbell close with 4. Kenny Murphy and Dale Spence tied with 3 wins apiece. And then we have Jason Hughes with 2 and Jill Berrio with 2 as well. Those are the standings in the Basil Whalen Memorial Trophy Top Driver Governor's Plate Week 2023. And if you have a look at your in-house monitors for the upcoming third race, I'm going with a 5-2-1 in here. Kurt Hughes, backstretch speed and classifiers choice, all on board at 5-1-2 in the upcoming third race in 6 minutes.
Good Omen leads the third race on Post Parade, owned by Roseanne Langell and Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Langell. Number 2 is Mr. Andrechuk, owned by Sandra Webster, Jeff Cummings, Courtney Gallant, and Nicole McPherson, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. Magdalene Machine, number 3, owned by the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, Brett Clough, trains and drives. 4 is Cautiously Lucky, owned by Julie Pearson of Oil Springs, Ontario, trained by Charles Miles. Stephen Treitzup. If You Could Read My Mind, where's number 5? The owners are Rick Armstrong, Craig Arsenault, and Mark Gallant of Summerside. Rick is the trainer, driven by Dale Spence. Number 6 is Nothin' But a Good Time, owned and trained by Jerry McDougall of Cardigan, driven by Greg Bailey. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 3, and this is Race Day live from Summerside, PEI. Rocky and Kurt are back with the details on the Atlantic Dream Stable.
The Prince Edward Island Standardbred Breeders Association proudly presents the Atlantic Dream Stable 2023 competition. This is a fundraiser for the IWK and a great way to support all the work they do in our maritime community. Presented by the Prince Edward Island Standardbred Breeders Association, sponsored by Phillips Agri Services, your local supplier of quality horse feeds, and proud dealers of Brooks Performance Horse Feed and Suregain Feed. Additional runner-up prizes donated by Red Shores. The contestant with the highest aggregate earnings in 2023 wins the first prize of $2,000 cash. Entries close July 22nd. Complete details at atlanticdreamstable.weebly.com. Let's head out to the track for tonight's third race. Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at the Wild Horses jackpot of $55 all this week in honor of the 55th running of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Landing on the 5 in here, If You Could Read My Mind, 3-year-old colt by Sunshine Beach for Ricky Armstrong, Craig Arsenault, and Mark Gallant of Summerside. Ricky is the trainer. Dale Spence back in the bike. Nice trip in his last start, Kurt.
What a tale my thoughts would tell, eh? Gordon Lightfoot, big fan. I like the name of this one. If You Could Read My Mind, and Dale Spinner Spence.
Why don't you sing a little bit for us?
Yeah. On the front end last time out in Summerside, just got collared late, 58 and 3, 29 flat closing quarter on that day. That was a nice effort for this 3-year-old son of Sunshine Beach. I think they do one better this week. I think they get the job done in here from post 5. I think Spinner's going to roll this guy down the road. If You Could Read My Mind, currently the odds on choice right now at 3-5.
Just like an old-time movie, eh? There's the rail sitter in here. Good Omen, 2-year-old by Better Than Cheddar for Roseanne Langell and Ellie Driscoll of Lower and Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell, the trainer and the driver. This one making his second lifetime start in here tonight, Kurt.
Yeah, pretty nice effort there in Churro. Left from post 2 in the debut there. And pretty nice back half there. How about that closing quarter? 29 flat, second place first. 2:01. Nice closing quarter in the qualifier as well. 28 flat. This guy can scoot right along. So Good Omen has a real good shot in here and could get it all for Paul Langell. We mentioned last night, or I did, that what a great trainer he is. I just love the way he trains a horse. I like the way he handles the young ones. A student of the late great Phil Pinckney, and he just he reminds me of him too when as a driver and trainer. He just seems to get them ready the same way. They all race this kind of same way Phil's used to. They're hard closers, and this guy looks like another real good one from his stable. Good Omen, 4-5.
And there we get a look at the 2. Mr. Andreychuk, 2-year-old by All Bets Off for Sandra Webster, Jeffrey Cummings, Courtney Gallant, and Nicole McPherson. Clifford Murphy is the trainer, and his boy Kenny will do the driving. Nice qualifier, Kurt.
Yeah, right on the front end there, getting it done. 2:04, 29 and 4, making his debut here tonight. Mr. Andreychuk. I used to like Andreychuk as a player, and so we'll see how he does here from post 2. He's got a good starting spot here. He should get a really good trip. Nice price here if you want to play the long shot. 8-1 right now on the 2, Mr. Andreychuk.
Let's have a quick look at the odds board here for the upcoming third race. Good Omen on the rail for Paul Angel at 3-4. The 2, Mr. Andrichuk with Kenny Murphy, 7-1. Magdalene Machine is 3 for Brett Clough at 14-1. Cautiously Lucky is the 4 for Stephen Treitz. He's already got a win tonight, also 14-1. The 5, If You Could Read My Mind with Dale Spence at even money. And the 6, Nothing But a Good Time, Greg Bailey in the bike, 16-1. That's your field for the upcoming second race. Good luck with your selections.
Race 3 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Oh, Kurt, it's plate week, and this is Thursday night, and this is the third race. Good Omen, Mr. Andrichuk, Magdalene Machine, Cautiously Lucky. If You Could Read My Mind, Nothing But a Good Time, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, If You Could Read My Mind, towards the rail, Good Omen. Between them, that's Mr. Andrichuk racing third. To get away fourth is Magdalene Machine, now racing fifth around the turn, Cautiously Lucky. And trailing the field, Nothing But a Good Time. They're on the back stretch. Good Omen up the rail, the leader. Here comes If You Could Read My Mind, and Dale Spence up to take over. Racing second is Good Omen. Up the rail third is Mr. Andrichuk. All alone in fourth as they move past that opening quarter. Magdalene Machine. Cautiously Lucky fifth. Nothing But a Good Time sixth. 29. And won the opening quarter. The field arriving at the 3/8, and now on the point, If You Could Read My Mind. Good Omen races second, Mr. Andrichuk right with the leaders third. Racing fourth is Magdalene Machine, then going to the outside fifth is Cautiously Lucky, and trailing the field, Nothing But a Good Time. They're halfway home, led by If You Could Read My Mind in a minute and 3. Good Omen races second. Coming on third on the outside, Cautiously Lucky. Up the rail fourth, that's Mr. Andrichuk. Then in fifth, Magdalene Machine. Trailing the field, Nothing But a Good Time. The 3/4 up next. If You Could Read My Mind, the leader. From the outside, Cautiously Lucky is second. Third at the rail, that is Good Omen. Mr. Andrichuk races fourth. Nothing But a Good Time is moving up fifth. Then the trailer, Magdalene Machine, 1:30 and 4 was the 3/4, and they're homeward bound. If You Could Read My Mind, looking to close it out. Cautiously Lucky on the outside. Good Omen coming on at the rail. Deep stretch now. If You Could Read My Mind hangs on for Spence. Second, that is Good Omen. Cautiously Lucky will finish third. The mile in 2 minutes flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for tonight's third race. And Kurt, you got the exactor there, just pointing out the obvious there. If You Could Read My Mind, cleared up going to the quarter in 29-1, and it's lights out. This party's over.
Yeah, he went right down the road here tonight, and no surprises. I don't think it's going to pay very much rock with these two. They were the talent of the field, and they finished 1-2 in here with If You Could Read My Mind, putting up the fractions there. He won it there with that middle half breather there. Minute 3/5 to the half, 1:30 and 4 to the 3/4, closes it out 29-1. He fends off that late challenge down the inside by Good Omen. A nice son of Better Than Cheddar there, getting up the inside. He's going to settle for the deuce in here. But If You Could Read My Mind and Spence win the third in 2 minutes flat, and that is a maiden breaking victory for this 3-year-old colt by Sunshine Beach. 514 is the ticket here in race 3, and we'll see if you could read my mind back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle in just a moment.
Paying a little tribute to Gordon Lightfoot. If you could read my mind, on his way to the third race. Winner's Circle, Bay Pacing Coldies 3 by Sunshine Beach. Off the Modern Art Dam, Twilight Sealster. Owned by Rick Armstrong, Craig Arsenault, and Mark Gallant of Summerside. Bred by Brad Wilson of Lambton Shores, Ontario. He's trained by Rick Armstrong. Dale Spence is in the driver's seat to guide him to a maiden record of 2 minutes. If you could read my mind in the third. Ladies and gentlemen, in race number 5 tonight, featuring the Super High 5, we have a late scratch. Number 1, Greystone Shadow, will not go. Race 5, scratch number 1, Greystone Shadow. Refunds available. Now the official results from the third race. Good Omen was second. Mr. Andrichuk fourth. Magdalene Machine fifth. Cautiously Lucky third. If you could read my mind, the race winner. Nothing but a good time. Finished sixth. The fractions were 29 and 1. 1 minute 3. 1:30 and 4. And the mile 2 minutes. From the top, it's 2:45. 3:16. If you could read my mind, paid $3.50. The exactor $4, triactor $18, and the superfactor was $3.31.
When you play on track, you can always ask to tag your ticket with the Wild Horses, an exclusive play for on-track customers. In Governor's Plate Week, you can tag your ticket for a chance to win a jackpot of $55 in honor of the 55th running of the Governor's Plate, and the Wild Horses tag is an Instapick ticket for on-track customers only.
And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming fourth race. I like a 2-3-6 in here. Kurt Hughes likes a 3-2-6. Backstretch Beat is on board with me with a 2-3-6. And the classifier's choice, same as Kurt's, 3-2-6. In the upcoming fourth race, Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts B division in 7 minutes. First call, 50-50. Lynn is up here right now in the oval. It's your first call, 50-50. And Julie Jameson is on the tarmac tonight with the virtual goggles. If you want to see what it's like to drive a horse, go on down to the tarmac out front. You'll see Julie Jameson. She's there with the goggles. And it's our mussel and oyster night here tonight at Red Shores. At the south end of the grandstand, you'll see Chef Jesse McDonald. Complimentary mussel and oyster night here at Red Shores.
Second division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes on the fourth race post parade. Joe's Dream Walking, number 1. Owned by Greyland Farm of Gulf Shore and Joseph Gamba from Pugwash, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell, training and driving. Rockin' Your Boots, number 2. Owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes trains and drives. Woodmere Armor, number 3, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, Gillsbury. 4 is Sunny Jacks, owned by Deborah Rankin of Sydney, Nova Scotia, trained by Heather Hawkins, Corey McPherson drives. 5 is Dr. Ted, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Ellen Stevenson, Mike Downey driving. Number 6, My Pet Monster, owned by Jeff Campbell from Judique, Nova Scotia, trained by Melissa Rennie. That's Adam Murner. 4 minutes wagering time on the fourth. Red Shores is proud to work with Saltwire Network to produce a special edition of the Governor's Plate insert. The 55th edition of the Governor's Plate is presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
The Governor's Plate has a storied history in harness racing on Prince Edward Island. Through the years, deserving winners and champions have been celebrated in Summerside. From the first edition in 1969 and every year since, this race is a must-see on the harness racing calendar.
There's a brouhaha going on in the Governor's Plate. Boom! Just like that, 27 seconds flat. It is history. Two-time winner, Outlaw Positive Charge and Terry Gallant has done it tonight. New leader, Macapulco, in line to Barrio, El Fronto. Governor's Plate, 54, no plan intended for David Dowling.
The Governor's Plate, proudly presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Okay, race 4 on track, 2 minutes to post. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts, another B division here. And Rocky, your top selection is the 2 Rockin' Your Boots, owned by Donald McRae. He is the owner, breeder, and trained by my brother Jason Hughes. And he's a pretty good trainer and driver. And you know why? Well, for many reasons. But now he's got a pacing son of E.L. Rocket.
Yes, he sure does, Rockin' Your Boots. And he qualified on June 23rd at Charlottetown in that baby race, post 2, and finished 4th. Race time 2:02.3, closed it out 29-2, back half 59-1. And here, first lifetime start for Rockin' Your Boots with Jason Hughes, post 2 at 2-1.
Okay, now we're going to take a look at the 3 Woodmere Amour. Gilles Barrios doing the driving tonight for trainer Kevin McLean. 2-year-old gelding by Roll With It Harry out of the Dragon Again Dam Amorable Hanover. And Amorable Hanover, I believe, is a sister to Androli Hanover. And I think Gilles Barrios had the first one out of this mare, Woodmere Androli. And he went a big trip here. I think Dan Ross owned him. And he went a big trip here in Summerside. I think it was his debut, maybe 57-3. So Woodmere Amour making his second start here. A pretty good effort in his first.
Yeah, the 3 Woodmere Armour. He's a 2-year-old by Roll With It Harry for Reg McPherson of Stratford. Kevin McLean trains. And as you mentioned, Gilles Barrios driving tonight has a start under its belt. July the 8th, his belt. Post 2, finished 3rd. Race time 2:01.1, closed it out 30-1. For Mark Campbell. And a correction on Rockin' Your Boots. His last half, 58-4. Got to get Scott McLean to stop sending me those stats there. He can't do math very good. But anyway, that is the 3 Woodmere Armour. And right now, he's 2-1.
Okay, we're getting close here in race 4. The 6 My Pet Monster, owned by Jeffrey Campbell of Judique, Nova Scotia. Adam Murner's doing the driving tonight for trainer Melissa Rennie. A 2-year-old gelding by Shanghai Phil out of the I Am a Fool Dam. They're paid for, which makes this guy a half-brother to Still Owing, a nice qualifier.
Yeah, qualified in the baby race on June 23rd at Charlottetown. Head post 4 and finished 3rd. 2:04.2 his mile, closing it out in 29 seconds flat. My Pet Monster. Post 6 on the outside tonight. Adam Murner on the bike at 7-5. So tonight's 4th race has a field of 6 Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts in the B division, and they are lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Joe's Dreamwalking, Rockin' Your Boots, Woodmere Armour, Sonny Jacks, Dr. Ted, My Pet Monster. Top of the stretch. Second division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes approaching a start. The off and pacing, and that's Rocking Your Boots to get the first call. My Pet Monster comes from the outside, then up the rail for third. As they move round the turn, Woodmere Armor now dropping in to be fourth is Sonny Jacks. To get away fifth is Joe's Dream Walking. Dr. Ted will trail early. On the backstretch they go. Rocking Your Boots for the Blue Knight. Jason Hughes on the engine by 2. My Pet Monster's away second, alone third. That is Woodmere Armor. Racing from fourth up the rail is Sonny Jacks. Joe's Dream Walking is fifth, and Dr. Ted is sixth. 30 seconds flat. What's the quarter? They're rounding the paddock turn, and now on the lead and opening up by 4. Rocking Your Boots as they come down the stretch towards the half mile. My Pet Monster is second. Racing from third, Woodmere Armor. Then fourth, towards the rail, Sonny Jacks. Racing fifth, Joe's Dream Walking, and the trailer, that is Dr. Ted. Halfway home, and they are strung out. Just a half a dozen colts raced by the half in 59 and 4. Rocking Your Boots, the leader over to the 5/8, and the lead by 2 and change. Second up the rail is My Pet Monster. Here comes Sonny Jacks to take over third. Fourth up the rail is Woodmere Armor. On the outside, fifth is Joe's Dream Walking, and in the backfield, Dr. Ted the trailer getting away on them late. Rocking Your Boots by 5 open lengths, 3/4 in 90 seconds flat. Sonny Jacks comes out of the pack now second. Joe's Dream Walking on the outside is taking over third. My Pet Monster backpedals fourth. Down the stretch they come, and it's all Rocking Your Boots to make every call a winning one for the Blue Knight Ewes in the Atlantic Sire Stakes. Sonny Jacks second. Joe's Dream Walking rallied up to be third, and the time for the mile, 1:59:3.
Okay, Rocky, your top pick in here, Rocking Your Boots out of the by the Trot and Sire E.L. Rocket out of the Jason Hughes stable. Trainer and driver, he went right down the highway here tonight.
Well, we've had this discussion in the past. You know, I said don't pick against your brother sometimes, but he gets the job done and looked like a really nice colt. We just talked off camera there, 30, 59 and 4, 130. And as we said off camera, just sitting with him here. He had a hold of him the whole time, 159 and 3. That is a maiden record. First lifetime start for this 2-year-old by the trotting sire, E.L. Rocket, out of that Cam Luck mare, Lucky Boot Cam. She was a good mare for Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. He's also the breeder. In for second, Sonny Jacks, Joe's Dream Walking third, and Woodmere Armor in there for fourth. So unofficially, we have 2, 4, 1, 3 in tonight's fourth race. And we'll see Rocking Your Boots in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
Rocking Your Boots on his way to the fourth race. Winner's Circle. Facing Brown Gelding, the 2-year-old pacing son of E.L. Rocket is off the Cam Luck Dam Lucky Boot Cam. A homebred of Donald McCray of Vernon Bridge. And the Blue Knight Jason Hughes does the training and driving. Head the colt on top at every call in his pari-mutuel debut to a maiden record of 159 and 3. That's Rockin' Your Boots, capturing a division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes for 2-year-old colt pacers at Summerside. Now the official results from the fourth race. Joe's Dream walking third. Rockin' Your Boots, the race winner. Woodmere Armor finished fourth. Sonny Jacks was second. Dr. Ted finished sixth. My Pet Monster was fifth. Fractions were 30, 59 and 4. 130 and the mile 159 and 3. In review 314, 265. Rockin' Your Boots paid $520. The Exactor $40.90 and the Triactor was $400, $20.20. The Superfecta $37.37.
Summerside Chrysler Dodge is a proud supporter of the Prince County Hospital Foundation and is hosting their 15th annual Grassroots and Cowboy Boots fundraiser on September the 9th. To date, this has raised over $15 million for our hospital. Call Summerside Chrysler Dodge to purchase tickets, and you could go home a Jeep winner. And we'll slide our picks into the screen for the upcoming fifth race. Vance and I and Kurt will be along with our super high 5 picks here soon with the Vance Cam presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. I like a 486. Kurt likes a 482. Backstretch beat 486. And the classifier's choice 846 in race number 5 in 6 minutes.
fifth race on the track for the parade, featuring the Super High Five. Greystone Shadow was a late scratch. 2 is Freaky Fanny, owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond. Mike McGuigan training and driving. 3 is Thinking of Eddie, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady is the trainer-driver. Showdown number 4, owned by Windermere Farms at Springvale, trained by Earl Watts. Patrick Shepard drives. 5 is Emma's Delight, owned by Michelle Myers, Jamie Lynn Mosher, Barbie Affleck, and John Day. Trained by Dina Clough, Brett Clough driving. 6 is Quick Lance, owned by Suzanne McKagan and Douglas Hudson, trained by Blaine McKenna, Mark Campbell. 7 is Princess Royale, owned by Audrey Gamester at Albin. Willie McKay trains and drives. Number 8 is Salisbrook Pixie, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean. The drive goes to Kenny Murphy. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on race number 5, and guys, we're coming up with our selections in the Super High 5 here in the 5th. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising for the continued presentation of the Vance Cam. And in the 5th, I'm on the 4 Showdown. The betting line filly went wire to wire in her qualifier for Harold Shepherd's, pacing a final quarter in 30 seconds flat, winning in 2-2 and 2. She makes her debut tonight. Going to go to the far outside. Salisbrook Pixie put in quite an effort her last time around to finish second, pacing in 58 and 4. She'll have to overcome the outside post here in the 5th. Going to go to the 2 Freaky Fanny for 3rd. I like the 6 Quick Glance on the Campbell drive for 4th. And my Super High 5 concludes with the 3 Thinking of Eddie. So I'm going 4, 8, 2, 6, 3. Gentlemen, your choices.
Vance, you and I, great minds think alike. We got the exact same ticket in here. I'm going to go with the 4 on top as well. 3/4 sister to Malicious, the great sire here on PEI Showdown, and Patrick Shepard. I like this filly to get it done. I like 4, 8, 2, 6, 3 as well. Rocky, your choices.
Well, Vance, I'm just going to say, buddy, like, he's the only one that's got it, eh? So I know that you talked in the way up here and you said, listen, what's your high 5 tonight?
If you can't beat him, join him.
I like 4, 8, 6, 2, 3. So we're the same in the exactor. We're a little bit different in the rest of them, but we all have the same horses, boys. So good luck with your Super High 5s. So we'll have a quick look at the odds board here before we hear the call to the post. The 1 is scratched in the 5th race here. The 2, Freaky Fanny, is at 12-1. The 3, Thinking of Eddie, no tickets sold. The 4, Showdown, Patrick Shepard at 9-2. Emma's Delight is 5 for Brett Clough at 1-4. Quick Glance 6 for Mark Campbell at 5-1. The 7, Princess Royale with Willie McKay at 7-1. And the 8, Salisbrook Pixie, Kenny Murphy in the bike at 4-1. That's your field for the upcoming 5th race. Good luck with your selections and get in the Super High 5.
Race 5 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Freaky Fanny, Thinking of Eddie, Showdown, Emma's Delight, Quick Lance, Princess Royale, Salisbrook Pixie is outside. Scratch down to a field of 7 here in the 5th, top of the stretch. Super High 5 time. There they go. They're off and pacing, and Emma's Delight gets the first call. Freaky Fanny at the rail, way out there early. Salisbrook Pixie moving up 3rd. 4th on the outside is Quick Lance to get away 5th at the rail, Thinking of Eddie. Then in 6th it's Showdown, and trailing the field, that is Princess Royale. On to the lead, Salisbrook Pixie in line to Kenny Murphy. Now by 2 at the quarter. Freaky Fanny goes 2nd, 3rd at the rail. That is Emma's Delight racing from 4th. That is Quick Lance. Gapped out in 5th is Thinking of Eddie, 29 and 3 was the quarter. Then in 6th, that is Showdown, and trailing the field, Princess Royale. Off the turn they come, and they're headed towards the opening half mile. On the front end, Salisbrook Pixie is the leader. Freaky Fanny 2nd. Here comes Quick Lance up on the outside 3rd. 4th up the rail, that is Emma's Delight. Now on the outside 5th is Showdown, racing from 6th. Thinking of Eddie, and trailing the field, Princess Royale, the half mile in a minute. And 1/5 over to the 5/8 they go, and it's Salisbrook Pixie the leader. Quick Lance on the outside, Freaky Fanny at the rail. Racing 4th on the outside, Showdown in at the rail, Emma's Delight 5th. Thinking of Eddie is 6th. Trailing the field, Princess Royale. 3/4 coming next. Salisbrook Pixie the leader. Quick Lance on the outside 2nd. 3rd at the rail, that is Freaky Fanny. Showdown on the outside 4th. 3/4 in 1:30 and 2, and they're homeward bound now. Salisbrook Pixie the leader. 2nd is Freaky Fanny. Showdown on the outside 3rd. Deep stretch now. Freaky Fanny's coming late. Freaky Fanny for Mike McGuigan on the line. 2nd, that'll go to Salisbrook Pixie, charging on the end of it 3rd. That was Showdown. 2 minutes flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media, and right from the 8-hole, Salisbrook Pixie was sent to the front here tonight. 29 and 3 opening quarter. Kurt just couldn't quite hang on to win this one.
No, right to the front there from post 8. A little sting there early, leaving that hard at a post 8. 29 and 3, minute 1/5. Mike McGuigan got a real good trip with Freaky Fanny. 1:30 and 2. He's going to pull pocket there at the top of the stretch, and he's going to go right on by here in deep stretch and get the win in 2 minutes flat. We had the top 5, just not the right order here. We were close here in this super high 5, but we'll see the 2, Freaky Fanny and McGuigan, back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle in just a moment.
Freaky Fanny going to the fifth race winner's circle. She's a big pacing filly 2 by Archpeak. Off the Shadow Play Dam, Silver Hill Bunna, owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond, bred by Lee Gavin of Tignish. She's trained and driven to victory by Mike McGuigan, pacing to a maiden record tonight of 2 minutes. Freaky Fanny in the Super High 5. Now the official results in race 5. Greystone Shadow was scratched. Freaky Fanny was the winner. Thinking of Eddie finished 5th. Showdown 3rd. Emma's Delight was 6th. Quick Glance finished 4th. Princess Royale was 7th. Salisbury Pixie finished 2nd. Fractions of 29 and 3. 1 minute 1. 1:30 and 2. And the mile was 2 minutes. In review, it's scratch 1-5, 3-6-4, 7-2. Freaky Fanny paid $16.20 to win. The Exactor $55.70, Triactor $91.10, and the Super High 5 paid $66.37.
Players across the nation can place their bets on the action this week at Red Shores Summerside through HBIBet.com and earn 3% cash back. Plus, HBI PEI players will also qualify to win a $500 account deposit. And when you play $5 or more on Governor's Plate Night, players will qualify to win a trip for 2 to the Gold Cup and Saucer. So go to HBIBet.com and you must opt in to qualify for the promotions.
And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 6th race. I'm going with a 3-1-5 in here. Kurt likes a 3-2-1. Backstretch beat 1-3-5, as is the classifier's choices. 1-3-5 in the upcoming 6th race.
Third division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes on the sixth race post parade. Check Your Chip number 1, owned by Greg and Lucas Bailey of Montague, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. 2 is Paul's Crown, owned by Greyland Farm of Gulf Shore, and Joseph Gamba from Pugwash, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Mark Campbell. Tobin's Barn Party number 3, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, Jason Hughes trains and drives. 4 is Dusty Lane Tito, owned by Debbie Francis of Sweets Corner, Nova Scotia, Paul Langell trains and drives. Dunsan Harry number 5, owned by Saul, Peter, and Alex Lanigan of Cambridge, trained by Saul Lanigan, Corey McPherson aboard. Dan Speed number 6, owned by Brittany Dowling, James Quinn, and Raymond Primo. David Dowling trains and drives. 7 minutes wagering time on tonight's sixth race, the start of the on-track pick 5. Your ballots must be in by the start of this race. Rocky Skierman and Kurt Hughes return on race day.
Okay, 5 minutes to post here before race 6. Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old colts. A division, Jason Hughes, trainer and driver of the 3, Tobin's Barn Party. This is a brother to Tobin's Party. Jason also trains. A nice qualifier there, Rocky. 2:01.4. Big closing quarter.
Yes, 28-1 his closing quarter there in that baby race on June 23rd. He had post 2 and he finished third. 2:01.4, as you said, first lifetime start. Jason and Donald McRae, they look to go doubles tonight in the stakes action. In the Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts, this time in A division for $11,420. Post 3 with Tobin's Barn Party. Jason Hughes, 9-5.
Okay, down to 4 minutes to post here in race 6, and now we're moving into the pole position here. This is Check Your Chip, owned by Gregory and Lucas Bailey. Miles Heffernan doing the driving here tonight for trainer Miles Heffernan. And right on the front end there in that baby race, I was there that night. It was an impressive mile from this 2-year-old colt by Arthur Blue Chip.
That's right, the baby race on June 23rd, post 3, cut it all out, was a winner by 3 3/4, 2:01.1, closed it out 29-3. He's got the rail tonight. Miles Heffernan Sr. driving, the trainer Miles Jr. for Gregory and Lucas Bailey of Montague. It's Check Your Chip on the rail tonight, and they are your current choice at 8-5.
Okay, just 3 minutes post here before race 6. Again, Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old colts, A division here, purse $11,420. And now Rocky's going to round out his try with the 5 Dunsan Harry, owned by Saul Peter Alex Lanigan of Cambridge PEI. 2-year-old gelding by Roll With It Harry. Saul Lanigan, the trainer. Corey McPherson in the seat tonight. Corey was in the seat for that impressive qualifier.
Yeah, it was on July the 6th at Charlottetown, post 5. Finished 2, just beat a length. Race time 2:01 and 3, closed it out in 29 seconds flat. It's Dunsan Harry, post 5, with Corey McPherson right now at 7-2.
Okay, now we're getting a look at Paul's Crown, owned by Greyland Farm and Joseph Gamba. 2-year-old gelding by Hilarious Halo out of the Better's Delight Dam New York Lotto. Makes this a half-brother to JJ Powerball. We know that horse that campaigned for Austin Sorey here in the Maritimes and up in Ontario. A really nice horse, JJ Powerball. Well, this is his half-brother. A nice qualifier there coming out of the Mark Campbell stable. 2:03 Rocky closing quarter, 29 back half 59. It was impressive.
Yeah, it was impressive, and I know that you've been talking here. You said that Smitty and I and Nick, we know we left the 2-horse out of this, and
could be a major threat.
He could be a major threat in here. As you said, 29 seconds flat on the end of it in his qualifier on June 29th.
And a nice price at 7-2 currently.
Last call, 50-50 up here in the oval. Lynn is up here right now. It's your last call, 50-50. Tonight's 6th race, Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old colts in the A division for a purse of $11,420. A field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Check your chip, Paul's Crown, Tobin's Barn Party, Dusty Lane Tito, Dunsan Harry, Dan Speed, top of the stretch. third division of the Atlantic Sires, approaching a start. Fancy stepping at the rail, the one, check your chip, and there they go, off and pacing. Tobin's Barn Party will get the first call. On the rail, that is Paul's Crown second. From the outside for third is Dusty Lane Tito. At the rail, fourth is Check Your Chip. 3 wide here in the early going. Fifth is Dan Speed. And the trailer at the rail, Dunsan Harry. On the backstretch they go. And here comes Tobin's Barn Party for the Blue Knight Ewes to clear the lead. Racing from second. On the rail is Paul's Crown. Racing third towards the inside is Check Your Chip. Fourth up the rail is Dusty Lane Tito, the quarter mile in 30 and 2. Dunsan Harry has fifth. Then the trailer, that is Dan Speed. Off the paddock turn they come. They're in straight alignment en route to the opening half mile. And it's Tobin's Barn Party, the fraction setter. Paul's Crown in the 2-hole, racing third. Check Your Chip, and he's going to the outside. Fourth up the rail, Dusty Lane Tito. Dan Speed has taken over fifth. Now the trailer, Dunsan Harry, halfway home in the sixth. And going right to the lead, Check Your Chip and Heffern in the clear. Tobin's Barn Party was second. The half mile was a backed up 1:02 and 2. Up the backstretch they go. Second and final time, Check Your Chip opened up by 4. Second is Tobin's Barn Party. To the outside, Paul's Crown is third. Dusty Lane Tito fourth. Dan Speed on the outside fifth. On the cone sixth. Dunsan Harry 3/4 up in 1:31 and 1. 28 and 4 in the third quarter. Down the home stretch they come. Check Your Chip with a sizable lead. Tobin's Barn Party second. On the outside, Paul's Crown. Check Your Chip hangs on for Miles Sr. Tobin's Barn Party was second. Paul's Crown will finish third. 2 minutes, 1/5. There's a judge's inquiry now. Race number 6 was under a judge's inquiry.
Okay, so hold on to all tickets here in race number 6, Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old Colts A division. Rocky, Jason Hughes, and Tobin's Barn Party got to the front. He had that ear hood on with the closed bridle, and I don't know, he was trying to get a second quarter breather there, and I don't think the horse or Jason saw Miles coming that quickly.
He got the second quarter breather, but as he said, I don't think he heard Miles coming, got right around him. He shows interest, though, down the stretch here. He fought that horse of Marks off all the way down the stretch here, all the way up the backstretch and down the stretch. And Miles gets the job done with Check Your Chip, 30 and 2, 102 and 2, 131 and 1. Nice mile, 2 minutes and 1/5. That's a maiden record. First lifetime start. Tobin's Barn Party raced well, as we said, second. Paul's Crown third. Dusty Lane Tito in there for fourth. 1-3-2-4 unofficially in tonight's 6th race. And we'll see Check Your Chip and Miles Heffernan in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle next.
And Rocky, as Check Your Chip comes back to the winner's circle, owned by Gregory and Lucas Bailey. Greg's son Lucas picked this guy out. Pretty good eye, if I must say. Lucas Bailey picking Check Your Chip out at the sale, and he's got his first start in Atlantic Sire Stakes A division victory.
Absolutely. Congratulations.
The judge's inquiry involves a break on number 5, Dunsan Harry, during the stretch drive. There's a look at Check Your Chip making his way to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle here in tonight's 6th race. The bay-facing colt, he's the 2-year-old son of Arthur Blue Chip. Off the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam Toujours, owned by Greg and Lucas Bailey of Montague, bred by Jamie Whalen of Vernon Bridge, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. with Miles Heffernan Sr. in the driver's seat for the win in his pari-mutuel debut. 2 minutes and a 1/5. Check your chip in the Atlantic Sire Stakes A division. Results of the six-race judges' inquiry. Number 5, Dunsan Harry finished 5th and will be placed 6th for failure to lose sufficient ground while on a break during the stretch drive. Here's the official results from the sixth race. Check your chip, the winner. Paul's Crown 3rd. Tobin's Barn Party was 2nd. Duxty Lane Tito finished 4th. Dunsan Harry finished 5th place 6th for failure to lose sufficient ground while on a break. Dan Speed finished 6th, was placed 5th. Fractions were 30 and 2, 102 and 2, 131 and 1. And the mile was 2 minutes and a 1/5. In review after the placings, 132, 465. Check your chip, paid $5.40, the exactor $15, triactor $41.10, and the superfecta $14.43. We're down to your final call to purchase a 50-50 draw ticket on tonight's program. Right now, $525 going to go to the winner. It's your final call to pick up your 50-50 draw ticket, valued at $525.
As part of the guest experience during Governor's Plate Week, visit the Harness Racing virtual display on the tarmac. Get in the race bike, put on the goggles, and experience what it's like to drive a horse in a race. And I understand that Julie Jameson is down there from the PEI Standardbred Industry Association. So check out the Harness Racing virtual display.
And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 7th race. I like a 1-5-2 in here. Kurt likes 1-5-4. Backstretch beat 1-3-4. And the classifier's choice 1-2-5 in the upcoming 7th race in 6 minutes.
One Rock on the 7th race post parade, owned by Doug Matheson of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, Corey McPherson driving. Elroy Shiner number 2, owned by Frank Sweet of Knutsford, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet driving. Number 3, the Yin Yang, is owned and trained by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown. Tonight, Jason Hughes. Wim's Drop Off 4 is owned by Carson Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie. Adam Murner drives. 5 is Adkins Hanover, owned by Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken and driven by Amber Campbell. Roland Doubles wears number 6, owned by Everett Hansen from Majorville, and Donald Stevenson of Fredericton, New Brunswick, trained by Charles Miles. Stephen Trites up. 7 Starship Zodiac is scratched. Only 3 minutes wagering time in tonight's 7th race. Rocky and Kurt review the field for the 55th edition of the Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
There is a look at the field for the 55th running of the Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. I'll talk with the first 4. Kurt, American Risk with Todd Trites, Roll with Hottie Toddy, Miles Heffernan, Twin B Tough Enough, Jill Barrio, Meticulous GB with Kenny Murphy.
Yeah, Meticulous is going to be good there after that impressive win, Rocky. I also like Batter Up Hanover. I think he's going to be a major threat in there on Saturday with Paul Langell. Stash it away. Corey McPherson, post 6. Roll him. I think everyone's top choice from post 7 for Mark Campbell, and Vino Louie with that dreaded outside post. Post 8 for Dale Spinner Spence. And that is Governor's Plate 55. Takes place on Saturday night. It's going to be a great night of racing, and it is presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
And before we head out to the track, I want to give a shout out tonight to Derek Enman, longtime horse owner here. He had horses years ago. He had a horse called Northern Clutch one time. My father used to drive for him. He's watching from home tonight. So, Derek, just want to let you know that we're thinking of you, and you are missed here tonight at Red Shores. Hope you're enjoying all the action. As we head out to the track for tonight's 7th race, there is a look at the rail sitter One Rock, 6-year-old by Pet Rock. For Doug Matheson of Cornwall, Nick Oakes is the trainer, Corey McPherson in the driver's seat. Nice start, last start, Kurt.
I think this horse popped up on Gate, and I believe maybe Nick and Doug got this guy from On Gate, I believe. And if you look at his lines there, he hasn't raced since March, and he had that qualifier there in Summerside, 2:01 and 3, 29:1 closing quarter, a winner in that qualifier, and a nice first start under his belt here on PEI. Now winners 1,051, last 5, a good third place finish. Race time to 157.4, 29 flat closing quarter. Corey McPherson in the seat on that day. Corey in the bike here again tonight, in against a real good group on that day, like horses like Sweet Success and Selkirk Echo. So One Rock has a real good shot in here, dropping down a couple levels here to the 651s. Gets Corey back in the bike this week, and the pole position going to be tough to beat in here, and currently the favorite at 3-5.
And there's a look at the 5, Adkins Hanover. We're matching strides here, Kurt, with our exactor picks here. Adkins Hanover is a 14-year-old by Western Ideal. For Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec, Trevor Hicken is the trainer. Amber Campbell back in the driver's seat tonight, looking for his first win of the season.
And we watched earlier there before the card, Adventure Luck come out. What a great old campaigner he was. He was great right till he was 14. He could still be racing. He looked great in the winner's circle earlier tonight. And for Reese Williams, and this guy, he's another horse, a great campaigner, now 14 years old. He could keep on racing as well. Third last time out, 57-2 at the 351 level. Prior to that, a good fifth, 58 flat at the 851 level. And then on the front there, 3 back at the identical level, 661's third, finishing on that mile, 58 flat, closing quarter, 30-1. He can get off the gate really well, so I'm looking for Amber Campbell to get him spotted up close to the lead, get him forwardly placed, and I think he could be part of this ticket, currently 7-2.
And for all you Leaf fans out there tonight, we have Errol Thompson with us tonight up here in the Oval. So welcome to Errol to Red Shores here tonight as he's taking on all the action here at Red Shore Summerside. And there's a look at the 4. Wims drop off. 6-year-old by articulator for Carson Wilkie of Stratford. Kenny Wilkie, the trainer. Adam Murner in the driver's seat. Did not finish in his last start, Kurt.
No, but showed some nice closing quarters prior to that. 59, 58 and change. Some pretty nice miles, 57-3. So I'm looking for Wims drop off to close out my triactor here as we're getting close here in race 7. Just talking to Tyler Moore, again, giving him a shout-out tonight. He's laid up. He was in an accident in Clinton, so he's laid up watching the races here at Red Shores, and he's also giving me some guff for not picking my brother. Brother having a big night with a win in a second, so I'm going to have to sharpen up here as the horses are in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
One Rock, Elroy Shiner. The Yin Yang Wims drop off. Adkins, Hanover, Roland doubles, top of the stretch. Half a dozen noses here in the 7th. They're up on the gate. Post time. They're off and facing Elroy Shiner leaves out. One Rock along the rail. Joining them is Adkins Hanover, and they're firing out. Racing from 4th. That's the Yin Yang. 5th up the rail. Wims drop off the trailer. Rolling doubles. How's this one? Showtime at Summerside. Wow! They're to it and at it and to it up front. One Rock at the rail for Corey McPherson. Demanding to lead it. Elroy Shiner is there second. Adkins Hanover's gone to plan B. Backed up to beat third. And wow, 27-2. Boom! Just like that, One Rock, the fired-up leader down the stretch. Second is Elroy Shiner, all alone in third. Adkins Hanover, the Yin Yang 4th. Wims drop off 5th. Then the trailer, that is Rolling Doubles. They're halfway home. And One Rock is the midway point leader in 57 seconds flat. Elroy Shiner is second, back with the leaders third. That's Adkins Hanover, the gap to 4th, and alone there, the Yin Yang. Wims drop off 5th, and on the outside, Rolling Double 6, up the backstretch they go. 3/4 pole land going there now, and it's One Rock, the leader. Elroy Shiner is right there second. Adkins Hanover third, the Yin Yang 4th, Wims drop off 5th. Rolling Doubles is 6th. The 3/4 tripped in 1. 27-1, just an 1/8 of a mile out. One Rock the leader. Elroy Shiner now on the outside to challenge him late. Adkins Hanover third. The Yin Yang. Here's Elroy Shiner up from the outside, and he'll win. Elroy Shiner for Brady Sweet. Second is a One Rock. Adkins Hanover held third. The mile 1:57-2.
Here's the slow-mo replay for tonight's 7th race. And Kurt, they were serious going to that opening quarter.
Yeah, 3 wide going to the opening quarter. One Rock guarding the rail. In the middle was the 2 Elroy Shiner. And on the outside was the veteran Adkins Hanover and Amber Campbell, and she had to go to plan B, take back, got in the 3-hole there with Elroy Shiner getting that perfect pocket ride behind one rock. And fractions half 57, 3/4 127 and 1. Elroy Shiner out for the challenge in deep stretch, and he's going to get up to get the win here. 157 and 1, and that is his first win on the campaign here. Elroy Shiner and Brady Sweet win the 7th, and they'll be back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
There's Elroy Shiner on his way to the 7th race winner's circle. Big Facing Gelding, the 6-year-old son of Where We Needy, is off the Ram Baron Dam. Rain Dance Heather, owned by Frank Sweet of Knutsford, trained by Jeff Holmes. Brady Sweet picks up the winning drive, the mile in 157 and 2. Elroy Shiner in the 7th. Here's the official results from the 7th race. One Rock was second. Elroy Shiner the winner. The Yin Yang was 4th. Wims Drop-Off finished 6th. Adkins Hanover was 3rd. Roland Doubles 5th. Starship Zodiac was scratched. The fractions were 27 and 2. 57, 127 and 1. And the mile 157 and 2. From the top, it's 214, 63, 5 scratched. Elroy Shiner 780 on the nose. Exactor 1940, Tractor 4290, Superfecta 1546.
Race Day is an official Red Shores broadcast network. Our broadcast features exciting action and camera angles in HD, commentary, and interviews, special segments along with 60 seconds or less, advanced cam and slow motion replays. Don't miss any of the action on Race Day live from Summerside with Governor's Plate Week Racing, featuring the 55th edition of the Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And we'll slide the picks into the screen for the upcoming 8th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts, another A division for $11,420. I'm going with 3, 4, 6 in here. Kurt likes 4, 2, 3. Backstretch Beat likes 3, 4, 6. And the classifier's choice, 3, 6, 4. Hey, Kurt, we all like the 3. And anyway, they're going to be out here in 6 minutes.
Fourth division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes on the 8th race parade. Be there in a bit. Number 1 is owned by Robbie Hughes of Stratford, John Collings of Brudenell, Jason Hughes trains and drives. 2 is Hamac General, owned by Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson, Debbie Denny, and Jerry McKinnon. Trained by Earl Watts, Patrick Shepard up. Little Leroy, number 3, owned by Boyd McDonald Produce Limited from Crapo, trained by Joe Baxter with Kenny Murphy. Marigo Magic, the 4, has been excused from the parade. Here's the 5, Freeman's Legacy, owned by Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton, Jacob Sweet, training and driving. 6 is Jackie's Boy, owned by Miles Heffernan of Montague. Miles Jr. is the trainer, and Miles Sr. is above the wheels. Down to 4 minutes wagering time here on race number 8. Take your ticket with the wild horses. Play jackpots are $55 in recognition of the 55th edition of the Governor's Plate.
Okay, race 8 on track, and it is Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts, another A division here, 3 minutes to post, and we're taking a look at the 3 right now. Little Leroy, we just had a conversation, Rocky, with Little Leroy, 2-year-old colt by Source of Pride. Kenny Murphy doing the driving tonight for the Boyd McDonald Produce Limited Crapo. Joe Baxter, the trainer. How about that qualifier in Summerside?
Yeah, I called the race the other night. It was a very, very impressive qualifier. 2 minutes, 3/5, cut it all out and distanced the field. There was just two of them in it. But we had Boyd McDonald's granddaughter here tonight, and the family is all here tonight, and she had her son Saul here with her. And they call him Leroy. That's Boyd called him Little Leroy, so he had to change the name of this colt. They're all here tonight watching. Boyd's family, as everybody knows, Boyd has passed on. But they're all here cheering for Little Leroy tonight. Kind of gives me goosebumps here. And I'm definitely cheering for Little Leroy tonight. Boyd McDonald was a special person to me as well. So Little Leroy leaves from post 3 tonight. And he is right now with Kenny Murphy in the bike at even money.
Okay, down to a minute to go here before race 8. Now we're getting a look at Marigo Magic, a 2-year-old gelding by Tobago Kays, trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Murner, the driver, out of the late great Meridian Magic, and a brother to Magical Mistress, the colt that Adam Murner drove to a undefeated freshman campaign. So a lot of good breeding here with the 4, and nice impressive qualifier there too, Rocky.
Yeah, for Mike May, Herman McQuaid, Derek Cameron, and Ian Walker. Adam Murner in that qualifier on June 23rd. The baby race, post 4. Cut it all out, was a winner by 10, 2-0-2 and 3. Closed it out in 28 and 1. It's his first lifetime start tonight for Marigo Magic. Adam Murner at 2-1.
Okay, now we're getting a look at another impressive qualifier. That is the 6, Jackie's Boy. Miles Heffernan from Montague, the owner. Miles doing the driving. And how about that qualifier? Closing quarter, 28 and 2. Impressive.
Very impressive. This one called after Miles' wife, Jackie, has qualified on June 23rd in the baby race. Post 5, wire to wire, 2-0-1, closing it out in 28 and 2. Post 6 tonight, Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts in the A division for $11,420. It's Jackie's Boy. Good odds, 9-1.
Okay, Rocky, there's the one. Be There in a Bit, owned by my brother Robbie Hughes of Stratford and John Collins of Broodnell, 2-year-old gelding by Source of Pride out of the Jason Hughes stable. Jason's having a great night. Rocky, I can't seem to catch Jason in the right race. I had him picked for second on the race he won, and I had him picked to win. On the race he was second, but he's having a great night from his own stable.
Absolutely, and he's got the rail in here. Great spot to work it from. 2-0-2, finishing second in that qualifier on June 23rd, the baby race. That was an impressive
trip.
He
was impressive in that qualifier.
Closed it out 29 and 2. So there's 6 of them lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 8th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts in the A division. Let's go upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Be There in a Bit, Howmack General, Little Leroy, Marigo Magic, Freeman's Legacy, Jackie's Boy, top of the stretch. All lined up, the 2-year-old Colt Pacers, Atlantic Sired. Post time. They're off and pacing, a beauty start, and coming from the outside, Jackie's Boy crossing over to the lead. At the rail is Be There in a Bit, second between horses, Hamac General third, racing fourth on the outside. That's Little Leroy to get away fifth. That is Marigo Magic, and trailing the field, Freeman's Legacy. Along the back stretch they go, and Miles Sr. was serious to make the lead with Jackie's Boy, their quarter pole leading by 2.5, make it 3. Second at the rail is Be There in a Bit. The quarter mile was sharp, 28 and 4, and he's opened up by 5. That's Jackie's Boy. Be There in a Bit races second. Hamac General has third. Little Leroy goes fourth. Marigo Magic now fifth. Freeman's Legacy trails 6. They approach the midway point, and all alone at the half mile, Jackie's Boy. Second at the rail, Be There in a Bit. Going to the outside third, it's Hamac General. The opening half mile, 57 and 4. 3/8 of a mile to go. Miles Sr. sits up aboard Jackie's Boy by 5. Second along the rail to be there in a bit between horses. Hamac General. Up the rail is Marigo Magic. 3 high in 5th. That is Little Leroy. Trailing the field, Freeman's Legacy. It's all Jackie's Boy and it's getting late. 3/4 up in 1:27 flat. Rounding the turn for the final time, and they're headed on down the home stretch now, and it's all Jackie's Boy. He's up against the clock here. Racing into second, Marigo Magic. Freeman's Legacy third. Jackie's Boy for Miles Heffernan Sr. on the line in the Shire Stakes. Marigo Magic racing into second. Third will go to Freeman's Legacy. The time for the mile, 1:56.4. Wow!
Okay, race 8 on track. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts A division. As we got to look at the Universal Media slow-mo and Rocky Miles Heffernan and his horses. When they come to the track, even as babies, they are ready to roll. Did you see that colt swing off the gate here tonight? Wow.
Did I ever? 28-4, the half up 57-4, down to 3/4 in 1:27, and he comes home here in 29-4 to win 1:56.4. That's a maiden record, first lifetime start tonight for Jackie's Boy, and he done it right from the outside, wire to wire. Impressive here tonight. In for second, the 4, Marigo Magic. He was locked in solid. Freeman's Legacy in there for third. Be there in a bit is fourth. So unofficially 6-4-5-1 here in the 8th, and we'll see Jackie's Boy with Miles Heffernan in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle next.
This winner's circle photo is about to be a Heffernan family portrait. And what a trip Jackie's Boy has gone in his pari-mutuel debut on this Thursday night here of Plate Week at Summerside. Jackie's Boy, Bay Pacing Colt 2 by Tobago Cays off the Ameripan Gigolo Dam, Dusty Lane Bria. Miles Heffernan Jr. of Montague, the owner, the breeder, and now has the training double tonight in Sire Stakes competition. Miles Heffernan Sr. has the driving double, and this colt was all business on this night in Summerside, going coast to win in 1:56.4. Maiden record. Jackie's Boy in the A division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes. Here's the official results from the 8th race. Be There in a Bit 4th. Halmack General 6th. Little Leroy was 5th. Marigo Magic finished 2nd. Freeman's Legacy was 3rd. Jackie's Boy was the race winner. Here's the fractions: 28-4, 57-4, 127, and the mile in 156-4. In review, it's 4-6-5, 2-3-1. Jackie's Boy paid $15.50. The Exactor 44.20. Triactor 397.70. The Superfactor was 304.53.
Red Shores Racing is proud to launch the new Players Portal. This page has everything you need as a player in one location. Race programs, top picks, additional chart lines, race replays, driver and trainer stats, winning post positions, and more. The new Players Portal now live at Redshores.ca.
And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 9th race. A field of 6. I'm going with a 2-5-1. Kurt Hughes likes 5-4-1. Backstretch Beat likes 5-2-6. And the classifier's choice 2-5-6 in tonight's 9th race in 5 minutes.
Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight valued at $720. The winning number is 943189. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $720 is 943189. Good luck. The 9th race is on the track for the post-parade. Number 1 is Dusty Lane Zendaya, owned by Alexis Gash of Cornwall. Alexis is the trainer. Corey McPherson does the driving. Better Than Glamour 2 is owned by Joanne and Marion Stewart of Albany, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy does the driving. Leanne Moyer of Summerside is the owner. Chris Davies does the training. Kyle DeRoche in the driver's seat. Number 3, La Vie en Rose. 4 is Singing Ramona, owned by Jamie Smith and Saki McDonald of Charlottetown. Jamie does the conditioning, driven by Jules Barrio. 5, The Lady Sheriff, is owned by Elizabeth Courtney of Vantage Cove, Newfoundland, trained and driven by Mark Campbell. Number 6, The Real Princess, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Mitch is the driver, trained by Ellen Stevenson. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 9. Race Day Live continues after this message from Northumberland Ferries.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 9th race. Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, Start of the late pick 4. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance of that Wild Horses jackpot of $55 in recognition of the 55th running of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge this coming Saturday night. There is a look at Kurt's top pick in here. That is the Lady Sheriff from Post 5. 7-year-old mare by Southwind Lynx for Elizabeth Courtney of Maddox Cove, Newfoundland. Mark Campbell, the trainer and the driver, second in her last start, Kurt.
Yeah, struggling to find her way there for a few starts, and then she got a really rough trip there. 4 starts back, 3 wide to the quarter, parked to the half, and then got a little tired late, but then dropped down to the 551s the last time out, 3 back, and was a winner the very next time out, 57 and 1, 28 and 3, and that just seemed to give her some confidence because she's been rock solid since. Third by a half a length in her next start, 57 flat. And then last week was an incredible effort, jumping up to the non-winners of 17:01, grinding it out first up, finishing a really good second to Maggie's Delight in 55 and 3. Closing quarter, 28 and 4. I just think she's getting her confidence back, and Campbell's got his confidence with her, and I think she's going to be a really tough one to beat in her here. And currently, look at the price, even money on the board for the 5, the Lady Sheriff.
And there's a look at the 4, Singing Ramona, 3-year-old filly by Sports Writer for Jamie Smith and Saki McDonald of Charlottetown. Jamie the trainer. Gilles Barrio gets the call to drive tonight, coming into this one off a win at Woodstock, Kurt.
3-year-old filly by Sports Writer, really consistent this season. 6 for 7 in the top 3. Already 13,000 made in earnings, a mark of 58 and 3. And Singing Ramona, mark of 58 and 3 this season. But how about that trip in the Woodstock Barrio McIsaac last time out? Had the rail right down the road, 2 minutes, 1/5. But the start I really like was the second start back there at the non-winners of 14:51. I don't usually like playing 3-year-old fillies in against aged mares, but look at that start right there from post 7. She grinded it out on the outside, finishing third by a length in against some pretty nice aged mares in Outrageous Style and Filly 47. Third by a length in 56 and 3. Closing quarter, 29 and 2. Singing Ramona, a real good shot in here and a nice price at 9-2.
And Kurt's third choice is the rail sitter. That's Dusty Lane Zendaya. Comes into this one off a wire-to-wire effort here on a Tuesday night, the 27th of June, Kurt.
Yeah, raced really good. I just put her in for third on this ticket. I think she's going to get a good trip from the rail. Corey knows her really well, and she was a winner on the front end last time out down at the 751 level. Jumping up in here, but I think she can contend for the show spot, so I like a 5-4-1 in here as we're getting close in the 9th. And now the field is rolling up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the call.
From the rail out, Dusty Lane Zendaya, Better Than Glamour, Levion Rose, Singing Ramona, the Lady Sheriff, and the Real Princess. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Better Than Glamour got the first call. Going with her is Singing Ramona. Joining them from the outside, the Lady Sheriff. Then up the rail around the turn is Dusty Lane Zendaya fourth. Away fifth, Levion Rose, the early trailer. That is the Real Princess, the quarter pole bound. Here comes Barrio, Singing Ramona to clear the lead. Second is Better Than Glamour, racing from third. That's the Lady Sheriff. Then in fourth, towards the inside, Dusty Lane Zendaya. Fifth, Levion Rose, trailing the field. The Real Princess, a solid beginning, 28 and 1 opened it up. On the point, that Singing Ramona, the leader. She's going to get some company. Campbell right lines the Lady Sheriff. Center to the outside, second. In the pocket, third. That is Better Than Glamour. Fourth on the cones is Dusty Lane Zendaya. Then Le'Veon Rose is fifth. The gapped out trailer is the Real Princess. 57 and 1 for a half a mile. They approach the 5-8 led by Singing Ramona. Edging away on the outside, that is the Lady Sheriff. In the pocket, third, Better Than Glamour. Fourth up the rail, Dusty Lane Zendaya. Le'Veon Rose, the Real Princess now coming 3 wide from the backfield. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and the Lady Sheriff takes over late. Second is Singing Ramona. The Real Princess is coming third. 3 quarters in 1. 26 and 2. They're homeward bound. The Lady Sheriff, the leader. Singing Ramona second. The Real Princess coming late on the outside. Deep stretch now. And she's back. Wow, the Real Princess and Dr. Downey on the line got there. Second, the Lady Sheriff. Singing Ramona third. Time for the mile 1:55.3.
Wow, what a trip for that mare. She was last at the half, Kurt. They laid down some big fractions on the front, and she gobbled them up.
Yeah, the 3-year-old filly Singing Ramona on the front end for Barrio. He was serious tonight, 57 and 1, 126 and 2. He's going to battle with the Lady Sheriff, and like you say, mopping them up, the Real Princess. I didn't put her on my ticket here tonight off that scratch and coming back from Woodbine, but wow, does she love PEI, and she gets up for the win here for Mitch Downey, and they're going to get it done in a nice trip here, 1:55 and 3. Great to see the Real Princess back. She was a stakes champion, and now she's back in the Red Shores winner's circle. Make that the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle. Rocky here in race 9.
Was she ever flying up that backstretch?
The Real Princess, last year, the 3-year-old filly pacer, was the only horse ever in the history of East Coast racing to earn over $100,000 in a single season. Tonight, she displays why. She comes from worst to first, and she's going to the winner's circle. The Real Princess, bay pacing mare, the 4-year-old daughter of Source of Pride. From the Art Major Dam, devilishly good. Home of Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Dr. Downey does the driving. She's bred by Blaine Tebow of Kensington. She's trained by Ellen Stevenson. The mile 1:55 and 3. The Real Princess returns to Summerside as a winner. Now the official results from the 9th race. Dusty Lane Zendaya was 6th. Better Than Glamour 4th. Le'Veon Rose 5th. Singing Ramona was 3rd. The Lady Sheriff 2nd. The Real Princess, the race winner, 28-1, 57-1, 126-2, and the mile 155-3. In review, 645, 321. The Real Princess paid $570. The Exactor 1410, Triactor 3720, and the Superfecta was $722.
The Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale Preview Catalog is now available at Red Shores Race Offices and at the Atlantic-Classic.com. The Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale is October the 6th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. You can join us on October the 5th from 4 to 8 at the Exhibition Grounds for a yearling preview. Visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results. And we'll slide the picks into the screen for the upcoming 10th race, Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts, another A division, $11,420 on the line. Kurt and I both liking 461. What's going on here? Backstretch Beat likes 416, and the Classifier even likes 461 in this one, Kurt.
Yeah, we've been matching strides a couple times tonight, Rocky, and we are again here in this upcoming 10th race. Right now, the 4 is the choice at 3 to 5.
Another one of your brothers from the Donald McRae stable. That is Tobin's Chester. Nice qualifier. And the 10th race will be on the track in 7 minutes.
The 5th and the final division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes on the 10th race post parade. Roll Your Coin, number 1, owned by Tom Hollis and Wayne Burley of Truro, Nova Scotia. Mike McGuigan, training and driving. Resuscitate is the 2, owned by Back to the Races stable of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, Todd Trites. Mudside Lucas is the 3, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. Miles Sr. drives. 4 is Tobin's Chester, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, Jason Hughes, training and driving. 5 is Dunsan George, owned by Atlantic Racing George Group of Warren Grove, trained by Nick Oakes, Corey McPherson. Number 6 is Peter Pang, owned by Melissa Rennie, Ian McKinnon, Joel LeBlanc, and Tyler Link. Melissa does the training and the drive goes to Adam Murner. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on race number 10. It's the final division of the Sire Stakes. Live racing returns tomorrow night here at Red Shores Summerside with the Andrew Perry Memorial Trot and the Atlantic Sire Stakes, post time 6 o'clock.
Okay, I hope I don't put the jinx on him here, Rocky. This is the 4, Tobin's Chester. As I mentioned earlier, I picked him to win. He finished second. I picked him for second, and he won. So maybe I should have put him for second on my ticket here. But I got him in the win column. That is the 4, Tobin's Chester. This is a 2-year-old gelding by Shanghai Phil, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes, the trainer and driver out of the Grin from ear to ear. Dan Putnam McKenzie, who threw Carlissimo, stakes champion Tobin's Brownie. So this guy comes from a really great family. So Tobin's Chester, a really nice qualifier there with Mark Bradley aboard.
Yeah, and that mother could fly too. She was a fast mare. Tobin's Chester qualified in the baby race June 23rd. Had the rail, finished second, just beat 3 3/4 lengths. 2:01.4 for Mark Bradley in the bike, 28.4 on the end of it. Post 4 tonight, my favorite spot to leave from in the racetrack. Great spot to leave from, Tobin's Chester with Jason the Blue Knight Hughes at 4 to 5.
Yeah, the mare Putnam McKenzie raced out of the Dave Maneri stable and probably made, I think it was close to 300,000 or 400,000. And my cousin Robert Shepard, he drove her to a lot of her stake wins for Dave Maneri. So yeah, she was a great mare, and she's been great in the breeding shed. Okay, now we're getting a look at the 6th. Nice price right now. Peter Pang at 9 to 1. Adam Murner doing the driving for trainer Melissa Rennie. Melissa Rennie shares ownership with Ian McKinnon, Joel LeBlanc, and Tyler Link. This is a 2-year-old gelding by Peng Shui out of the Badlands Hanover Dam. Suck It Up Buttercup. And that makes Peter Pang a half-brother to Better Than Butter, who competed, I think, just last night for Colin Shepard. Raced really well. And so Peter Pang making his debut here tonight in a Nay stake. Nice qualifier.
Yeah, I love the name. I had a horse called Peter Pantastic one time, so great name. Peter Pang's a 2-year-old by Peng Shui, as you said, qualified in that baby race June 23rd, post 3, finished 4th. Race time 2:02.2, closed it out 28.1. All of them in here tonight, Kurt. First time starters in this Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts in the A division for $11,420. Anything can happen. Post 6 for Peter Pang with Adam Murner at 7 to 1.
Well, the sire there of Peter Pang, Peng Shui, was owned, I believe, by the Peter Pan Stables. Peter Pan Stables. He named all his horses with Peter Pan, Pandarosa. Like they all had that Pan name in them. And so Peter Pang out there post 6 got a real good shot for Adam Murner, 9 to 2. The 1, Roll Your Coin, a 2-year-old gelding by Roll With It Harry out of the Coast to Coast Yankee Dam, J.J. Solera. And that makes Roll Your Coin half-brother to Carter's Caper and Mrs. Brown's Boy, campaign for Claire McDonald. They were great horses, stakes champions as well. So this guy is a very well-bred son of Roll With It Harry, coming out of the Mike McGuigan stable. Tom Hollis and Wayne Burley are the owners, and again, another nice qualifier.
Yeah, another one in that baby race on June 23rd. Kurt had the rail, finished 3rd. Race time in 2:02.3, closed it out in 29.2. Great spot to work from for him, too. He's got the rail tonight, and he's got good odds, too. 12 to 1 for Roll Your Coin with Mike McGuigan in the bike tonight. Tonight's 10th race, Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts in the A division has a field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for a purse of $11,420. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Roll your coin. Resuscitate. Mudslide Lucas. Tobin's Chester. Dunson George. Peter Pang, top of the stretch. Fancy stepping on the rail, roll your coin. Going to be well back at the start. There they go, off and pacing. And at the rail, that is Resuscitate to lead them into the first turn. Second is Mudslide Lucas. Then to get away third is Tobin's Chester. Fourth along the inside as they race on their way to the backstretch going to the opening quarter is Dunsan George. Then fifth is Peter Pang. Off stride in the backfield. Roll your coin. So up front, Resuscitate leads it for Todd Trite. They're over to the opening quarter. Mudslide Lucas races from second. That's Tobin's Chester on the cones. He's racing third, and the quarter mile is up 29 and 4. Then racing fourth around the turn is Dunsan George. Pacing with the leaders, fifth is Peter Pang. In the backfield, roll your coin, the trailer. Down the stretch they come, led by Resuscitate. Here's Tobin's Chester driving up quickly now to take over the lead. Racing from third is Mudslide Lucas. Fourth, Dunson George. Then in fifth, it's Peter Pang. Trailing the field, roll your coin, 59 and 4 was the half. And the new leader at the 5/8 is Tobin's Chester. And the Blue Knight Hughes. Second is Resuscitate. Racing from third, Mudslide Lucas. Fourth at the rail, Dunsan George. Peter Pang is tipped out fifth. Trailing the field, roll your coin. They arrived at 3/4. Tobin's Chester has the lead by 2. 3/4 up in 1. 29 and 1 with a shade more than an eighth of a mile left to go. Tobin's Chester expanding the lead to 4 lengths. Resuscitate is second. Peter Pang has moved up to third. But here's the Blue Knight Hughes. Tobin's Chester in the Atlantic Sire Stakes. Resuscitate held second. Peter Pang will finish third. And the time for the mile, 1:57.4.
Okay, Rocky, you're my boy, Blue. That's what I'll throw out there for the Blue Knight. Getting it done. And finally, we locked in here together. Tobin's Chester. We said how well-bred this guy was. A brother to Tobin's Brownie and Carlissimo. Well, power drive here on the front, getting to the half there as he caught the 2 Resuscitate, trying to get a breather for Trites. Big trip from Tobin's Chester.
Can't do that to me, buddy, when I'm about to talk. Just thought of that movie as soon as you said it. Tobin's Chester, he brushed up at the half and cleared to the front, 59 and 4, 3/4, 129 and 1. And he's sitting chilly, as you would say, in the bike here tonight, 157 and 4. What a trip. Your brother's got a nice stable of colts here thus far, my friend. Resuscitate in there for second. In for third is the 6, Peter Pang. And for fourth, the 3, Mudslide Lucas. So unofficially in tonight's 10th, we got a 4-2-6-3. And we'll see Tobin's Chester and Jason Hughes back in the winner's circle, the Woodmere Standardbridge winner's circle, next.
Well, you got to have them ready. And these colts tonight making their first par mutual starts in the Blue Knight U's. He had them ready. He has doubled up in Atlantic Sire Stakes actions tonight. Here's Tobin's Chester going to the 10th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 2 by Shanghai Phil off the grin from ear to ear dam. Putnam Mackenzie. Owner Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, he's got the owning double in the Sire Stakes. Jason Hughes, the Blue Knight, he's got the training and the driving double in the Sire Stakes. And the colt was bred by Wendell Williams of Ellerslie. He stops the clock in 157-4, closing it out 28-3 to get a maiden record and winning a division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes. That's Tobin's Chester in the 10th. Now the official results from the 10th race. Roll Your Coin was 6th. Resuscitate finished 2nd. Mudslide Lucas was 4th. Tobin's Chester the race winner. Dunsan George finished 5th. Peter Pang was 3rd. Fractions went 29-4, 59-4, 129-1, and the mile 157-4. In review, it's 624-153. Tobin's Chester paid $310. The exactor $11.80. Triactor was $42. The superfecta was $10.67.
It's great to see local businesses supporting island traditions like the Governor's Plate. So often in this busy age, we forget to make time for our neighbors. We here at Red Shore Summerside would like to sincerely thank our neighbors at Summerside Chrysler Dodge for being a part of this year's Governor's Plate race. Stop in and visit them at Summerside's Action Corner, 3 Water Street, or visit them online at summersidechrysler.com. And we'll slide the picks into the screen for the upcoming 11th race. I'm going with a 4-2-5 in here. Kurt Hughes likes 5-4-2. Backstretch beat 4-3-2, and the classifier's choice is 5-2-4 in tonight's 11th race in 6 minutes.
Doc Darrell leads the 11th race on Post Parade, owned by Morgan Shepherd of Brackley Beach. Morgan is the trainer. Colin Shepherd drives. Owned by Delta McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of O'Leary, trained by Dwayne McCachran, driven tonight by Jill's Barrio, number 2, Ironside Seal Steer. 3, Rusty Riley is scratch. Here's the 4, Sobble Attack. Owned by Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley and Don Callbeck of Summerside, trained by Paul Bigger, tonight Mark Campbell. 5 is Smart Official. Owned by Peter Lanigan of Cambridge. Trained by Saul Lanigan. Jason Hughes up. Number 6 is Privilege. Owned by Aidan Ferris of Summerside and All for Fun Stable of Truro, Nova Scotia. Trained by George Renison. Driven by Todd Trites. Number 7, The Big Chase. Owned by Ian and Kenneth McKinnon and Sonny McDougall. Corey McPherson trains and drives. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 11. Reminder, Governor's Plate Week racing continues here tomorrow night. We have the Andy Perry Memorial Invitational Trot and the Atlantic Sire Stakes with the opening post time, 6 o'clock.
Let's go out to the track for tonight's 11th race. First half of the late daily double. Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at the Wild Horses jackpot of $55 this week in recognition of the 55th running of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Landing on the 5 in here, Kurt, that is Smart Official. 9-year-old by Artificial for Peter Lanigan of Cambridge. Saul Lanigan is the trainer, and Jason Hughes back in the driver's seat tonight. Nice mile in his latest at Charlottetown, Kurt.
Yeah, my boy Blue's having a really good night in the bike. 2 wins and a second out of his own stable in stakes action. Here he gets a catch drive, and he knows his horse quite well. Smart Official, now 9-year-old, has 21 wins, 9 for 12 in the top 3 this year. 2 wins, mark of 56 and 1 taken there for Jason Hughes. Right on the front end, 5 back. He's been really good this year. That trip last time out was a really good third at the non-winners in 1951. Last 5 third, 54 and 4. Closing quarter, 27 and 3. And against some pretty nice horses. Rose Run Quest has been out of this world in his last 3 starts, and this guy has been right in along there with him, finishing third in those 3 trips. So he's been great of late, and I think he can get it done here tonight. A real good price at 7-2.
And there's a look at the 4, Sobble Attack, 5-year-old by Better's Delight for Paul Bigger and Don Callbeck. Paul, the trainer, Mark Campbell gets the call tonight. I look for him to wind this horse right down the road tonight, Kurt.
Yeah, I like the driver change to Mark Campbell just to shake him up here. 5-year-old gelding by Better's Delight, third last time out, 55 and 4. Second prior to that, 56 and 1, and just missed 3 back there. Second by nose and 56 and 1 for Dale Spence. I'm sure he's going to get an aggressive drive from Mr. Campbell, and he is going to be tough to beat. Moves in 1 spot with the scratch of the 3. Currently the favorite at 3-5.
And there's a look at the 2, Ironside Sealster, 5-year-old by Thinking Out Loud for Darla McCachran and Zoe McCachran. Dwayne McCachran, the trainer. Gilles Barrio gets the call to drive tonight. Kurt, nice mile in his latest.
Yeah, a bunch of really nice aged horses in here. Very consistent, too. 5 for 8 in the top 3. This is another really nice horse. 6 wins, 6 seconds from 23 starts last year. Just continues to grind it out and make decent money here. Made over $11,000 last year, already over $4,000 this year. Second last time out for Corey McPherson at 55-4, 29-3. Reeled off 2 in a row there, 4 starts back and 5 starts back. Pretty nice trips. And like that last trip, I just think it was an impressive effort, finishing a real good second to Woodmere Ideal. Or gets the Maritime Magic Man tonight and leaves from post 2, so he should get a really good trip. Ironside Sealster right now at 9-5.
And we'll have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 11th race. Doc Darrell on the rail tonight for Colin Shepherd at 23-1. Ironside Sealster the 2. Gilles Barrio 5-2. The 3, Rusty Riley is scratched. The 4, Sobble Attack with Mark Campbell at 1-2. Smart Official is 5 for Jason Hughes. He's looking to triple up tonight, right now at 7-2. Privilege is 6 for Todd Treitz at 7-1. And the Big Chase. Post 7 on the outside. Corey McPherson in the bike, 27-1. That's your field for tonight's 11th race. Good luck with your selections.
The field for the 11th, rolling up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is post time. Let's send it upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Doc Darrell, Ironside Sealster, Sobble Attack, Smart Official, Privilege, and the Big Chase. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Privilege is leaving between horses. Sobble Attack and Doc Darrell. He leaves at the rail to stack him up around the turn. To get away fourth is Ironside Sealster. Now in fifth, that is Smart Official. The early trailer is the Big Chase, and up the backstretch they go. From the outside, Sobble Attack for Campbell, the leader. Doc Darrell took him on over to the quarter. They're rolling early. Third up the rail is Privilege. Back into fourth, Ironside Sealster. Fifth, along the inside is Smart Official. Trailing the field, that is the Big Chase. Boom! Just like that, 27-3 opened it up. Sobble Attack, the leader, en route to the opening half mile. In at the rail, Doc Darrell is second. Uptight third, that is Privilege. Closing in from fourth is Ironside Sealster. Then it's Smart Official, fifth. Trailing the field, that is the Big Chase. They were halfway home, led by Sobble Attack. 56-3 was the time, arriving at 5-8. Sobble Attack, the leader. Doc Darrell is second. From the outside, Ironside Sealster comes first up. On the cones, fourth, that is Privilege. From the outside, Smart Official, fifth. In at the rail, the trailer, but he's not out of it. That is the Big Chase. 3/4 in the books. Sobble Attack was there in 1:26 flat. They're down to an eighth of a mile left to go. Sobble Attack turning home. The longest shot on the board has a shot at him. Doc Darrell at the rail. Privilege is third. The Big Chase. But it's Sobble Attack for Mark Campbell. Second is Doc Darrell. Third will go to Privilege. Sobble Attack came to play on this night. 1:54.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for tonight's 11th race, and as I expected, we talked off camera, Kurt, Mark Campbell sends this horse right down the road tonight.
Yeah, super aggressive driver here, Mark Campbell. He's aboard tonight. We talked about it in the pre-race. I just like the driver change to him. I thought he'd shake him up here tonight, and he put him right on the front end and really was not pressured throughout the entire mile. Mark just kept on rolling, 27-3, 56-3, 126. The two Ironside Seals and Barrow, they came first up with a great trip second over for Smart Official, but they did not fire here tonight as Sobel Attack goes coast to coast here, gets it done for Mark Campbell. Big trip, 154-4. The track has been lightning fast all week, continues to be lightning fast here tonight. Big trip from Sobel Attack and Campbell, and they're going to be back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle in just a moment.
There's Sobel Attack going to the 11th race winner's circle. Baypacing gelding, the 5-year-old son of Better's Delight, is off the Credit Dam, Ambrosia Sealster. Owned by Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley and Don Callbeck of Summerside. Bred by Sobel Hill Farms and Nasato Racing Incorporated. Trained by Paul Bigger in the capable hands of Mark Campbell. He's a winner tonight in 154-4. Sobel Attack delivers in the 11th. Here's the official results in race 11. Doc Darrell was second. Ironside Sealster sixth. Rusty Riley was scratched. Sobel Attack, the race winner. Smart Official finished fifth. Privilege was third. The Big Chase finished fourth. Fractions went 27-3. 56-3. 126. And the mile 154-4. From the top, 2-6 scratched. 1-5. 3-4. Sobel Attack paid $260. The exactor was $37.50. Triactor $550.60. Superfecta $108.48.
Don't forget we're back here harness racing tomorrow night, Friday, featuring the Atlantic Sire Stakes, 3-year-old pacing fillies in A and B divisions, as well as the annual Andrew Perry Memorial Trot. First post is at 6 o'clock.
The teams for the second annual Gamester Pinckney Memorial Cup are set. Team Gamester's roster features Kyle Gillis, Zach Conway, Jacob and Brady Sweet, Brett Clough. Just had a conversation up here with Brett Clough. Great young guy and great young driver, so it'd be exciting to see him in this competition along with the rest of the crew here. Kyle DeRoche as well and Patrick Shepard. Team Pinckney's roster features Luke Armstrong, Ryder Renison, Kyle Mason, Zach Mullins, Brett LeBlanc, Monica Sutherland, and Keegan Madden. The top 4 point-earning drivers from each team will advance to the Gamester Pinckney Final in Truro on September 3rd.
And as we slide the picks into the screen for the upcoming 12th race finale, Vance and I and Kurt will be along with the Super High Five with the Vance Cam presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. I'm liking a 3-2-7 in here. Kurt's going with a 1-3-2. Backstretch beat 5-3-2 and the classifier's choice 3-1-2 in the upcoming 12th race finale in 6 minutes.
Ma Rebelle on the 12th race post parade, owned by Brett McDonald and Taylor Fritz of Freelton, Ontario. Jacob Sweet, training and driving. Stealing Bases 2 is owned by Jack Matheson of Charlottetown, trained by Ronnie Matheson, Jason Hughes. Mock Book Pro, number 3, owned by Blendish Young, Long Point, Nova Scotia. Trained by Melissa Rennie, Adam Werner drives. Counter Currency, number 4, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish, Brady Sweet trains and drives. 5, She's a Comedian, owned and trained by Ralph Sweet Valeri, Mark Campbell aboard. Speaking of Shadow 6, owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond and Mark McDonald of Cornwall, Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Number 7, Jay's Little Spark is owned by Chris McGinnis of Hampshire, trained by Greg McGinnis. Dale Spence drives. 4 minutes wagering time on the 12th race featuring the Super High Five. Gentlemen, we're coming back with our selections in the Super High Five in tonight's finale. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for the presentation of the Vance Cam. And in the 12th, guys, I'm on the 3, Mockbook Pro, a wire-to-wire winner, just hanging on by the narrowest of margins the last time around, 57-3. If she can repeat that performance tonight, should be enough to get her to the winner's circle. Going to go right alongside with the 2, Stealing Bases. She's been getting better and better with each start, and last week she come from off the pace for the closing panel at 28-4. She should be rounding into form. I like her from post 2. Going to go to the 5, She's a Comedian. Gets Mark Campbell at the helm tonight. I'll use her for the Kurt Hughes showdown. For 4th, I'll throw in the 6, speaking of Shadow, and I'll close it out with the 1-horse Ma Rebelle. I like 3, 2, 5, 6, 1. And gentlemen, I can't help but notice last night you two had just a whale of a time, and you're having more fun here tonight as Plate Week continues here in Summerside.
Yeah, it's been a great week up here. It was my first time in the building last night, and this place is quite a spot. A lovely facility and a great time here with Rocky the last 2 nights. We've had a lot of laughs here. He had me in stitches there going to the gate there one time. But, yeah, we're having a lot of fun here at the desk. And my super high five looks like a 1-3-2-5-4. I'd like just playing a hunch with that mare on the rail for Jacob Sweet. Currently 4-1 on the board. So I like 1-3-2-5-4. Your choices, Rock.
You're my boy, Blue. You don't need it, as I said off camera, that you don't need it. So, you already got two, so you just threw the one in there, and who knows, she might come through for you. But I'm going with a 3-2-7-1-4 in here. Van's going with 3-2. We're matching strides in the exactor. Maybe we'll get in there. Anyway, that's our super high five. Get in the super high five here tonight if you're not already. We're going to put the screen slate in there. There it is. I like 3-2-7-1-4. Kurt likes 1-3-2-5-4. And Vance Cameron 3-2-5-6-1. Get in on the super high five.
You guys have been close the last few weeks, knocking on the door. And that super high five tonight, we all had the top five, just a little different order. So Vance Cameron, I think Vance Cameron is very close. Maybe you too, Rocky, here tonight. So watch out. The super high five could be head here in this final race.
Listen, Mr. Hughes, it's just a matter of time before myself and Mr. Skirman gets a ticket into that exclusive club of yours.
Yeah, overdue, and you could get it here in this 12th race. Good luck, boys.
Just before the bugle goes here, let's have a quick look at the odds board for the finale here on a Thursday night at Redshores Summerside. Ma Rebelle is on the rail. Jacob Sweet on the bike at 7-2. The 2, stealing basis. Jason Hughes looks to triple up tonight, 5-2. Mockbook Pro is the 3 for Adam Murner at 7-5. The 4, Counter Currency with Brady Sweet, 14-1. She's a Comedian 5 for Mark Campbell at 7-2. Speaking of Shadow is the 6 for Mike McGuigan at 9-2. And the 7, Jay's Little Spark, Dale Spence in the bike at 21-1. And there's a line to be announced on Jay's Little Spark right here at Summerside. Tuesday night, good track. Post 7 started from post 7, finished 7, race time 2:03.2. Closed it out in 31 seconds for Dale Spence. The track rated as good. Jay's Little Spark from post 7 tonight, 23-1. Well, Kurt, Vance, it's been great working with you tonight. I'm off tomorrow night, back on the desk Saturday night in the big night as the finale lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Field of 7, back up to you, Vance, for the call.
Well, behave yourself, Mr. Skirman, on a Friday night of plate week. And Kurt has been real nice having you in the building. Didn't realize it was the first time you've been inside this lovely establishment at Red Shores Summerside. Been a pleasure, guys. Here is the 12th race. It's finale and super high five time, and it's post time. Rough and pacing, Ma Rebel leaving up the rail alongside Stealing Bases. Mockbook Pro will be the third one as they round the turn. Dropping in to be fourth is Jay's A Little Spark. Counter Currency got away fifth. Now racing from six, she's a comedian, and trailing the field, speaking of Shadow, up the backstretch they go. Ma Rebel in line to Jacob Sweet on the engine. Second is Stealing Bases, Mockbook Pro at the rail third. Jay's A Little Spark in mid-pack fourth. Counter Currency goes fifth. Now in sixth, she's a comedian, trailing the field, speaking of Shadow is seventh. They're over to the opening quarter, 29 and 4. Rounding the paddock turn, they're in straight alignment at the 3H. Ma Rebel, the fraction center. Stealing Bases getting the two-hole ride. Mockbook Pro comes out of the turn third. Jay's A Little Spark are racing fourth. There goes the backfield in motion. Moving out from fifth is Counter Currency. Following out from sixth, she's a comedian. Trailing the field, that is speaking of Shadow. Halfway home in the nightcap, they were there a minute and 2. Round the turn and going to the 5H. Ma Rebel the leader. The challenge comes from Mockbook Pro. Stealing Bases is third. Counter Currency getting up and into it on the outside fourth. Moving up fifth from the outside. Going 3 wide now. She's a comedian. 6 is Jay's A Little Spark. In the backfield, the trailer. Speaking of Shadow. 3 quarters in the books. They were there in 1. 29 and 2. 29 seconds flat in the third. 1/8 of a mile out. Ma Rebel trying to take him down the road. Here comes Stealing Bases to the outside second. Mockbook Pro third. Deep stretch now on the wire. Stealing Bases and the Blue Knight has got his triple. Ma Rebel did all the work. She's second. Mockbook Pro is third. And the time for the mile in 1:58 and 1.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universum Slow-Mo here for tonight's finale. Jason Hughes having himself a night here tonight. He gets along great with this mare, and he's going to get up in the final strides, Rock.
He's your boy, Blue, right there tonight. Ma Rebel went to the front, though, 29 and 4, the half a minute 2, 1:29 and 2. Jason's sitting pretty right in the 2-hole there, and down the stretch they battle, and he gets up to get the job done here tonight in 1:58 and 1. Jason's third win of the night. Ma Rebel did all the work in the front end, is second. Mockbook Pro third. She's a comedian fourth. 2-1-3-5 in the finale, and we'll see Stealing Bases, Jason Hughes for the third time to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, going to top off a Thursday night of Governor's Plate week with a driving triple. He's taking Stealing Bases to the 12th race winner's circle. Pacing Brown Mare 5 by Roddy's Bags again from the Ponderosa Dam. End to end Hanover. On by Jack Matheson of Charlottetown. bred by Joanne Looney King of Delaware. Trained by Ron Matheson and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes. Triples up. The mare gets her 10th lifetime victory tonight, 158-1. Stealing bases in the Super High Five. Now the official results in the 12th. Ma Rebelle was second. Stealing Bases, the race winner. Mockbook Pro finished third. Counter Currency fifth. She's a Comedian fourth. Speaking of Shadow was seventh. Jay's Little Spark finished sixth. Fractions went 29-4. 1 minute 2. 129-2. And the mile in 158-1. From the top, 213, 54, 76. Stealing Bases paid $8.70. The exactor $29. Triactor was $78.10. The late daily double $14.90. And the super high five out there at $65.39. And that completes our live presentation tonight here at the Raceway. We're back tomorrow night, 6 o'clock is the opening post time. Tonight's par mutual handle went $59,660. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.